Stream boy, you son-in-law of a doormat. It is time to start the show. Okay, let's do it. Hello there, Ed boy. Let's do this. Let's do this, folks. It's Monday the 13th. Monday the 13th. The Antichrist has ascended to his throne. Let's go, baby. It's time for a show. Folks, get in here. Let me see some sluggos. Sluggos in chat. Hop on into the stream, folks. We're getting ready to go live. It's another episode of Westside Tyler. Are you excited? Are you ecstatic? I hope so. It's here. We go. Ah, I'm red. Hold on. I'm red. Don't worry, I'm no longer red. Everything's fine. Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live with me, your host, Westside Tyler Bell, the internet's most eclectic, bizarre, and odd individual. And this is my show, Westside Tyler Live, the internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream. Coming to you hot, fresh, and ready from the one, the only Lexington, Kentucky. Folks, we got a good show coming up for you today. We're going to be talking about the ascendant of the Antichrist. I'm going to try to draw a mind map, Venn diagram of perverts, and what was the other thing we were going to do? Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about the Twitter monetization changes and more. So, folks, buckle in, have a seat, crack open a cold one, a non-alcoholic work time bevy, because we're getting ready to go live on the motherfucking West Side. I hope you guys are excited. News. Today's stream brought to you by the cool, refreshing taste of Diet Dr. Pepper. Diet Dr. Pepper, the only good Dr. Pepper. Folks. We're doing great. I am catching up to life, and it feels so good. I'm like, dude, I've gotten so much shit done over the last weekend. 2 episodes of Sin Carriers are coming out this week. Mostly because one of them was already almost completely in the can, and then I just shot it. It's ready to rock and roll. And the next one's going to be coming out tomorrow. So 2 episodes of Sin Carriers in 1 week. For those of you who are fans of this show, they're not going to have all the special effects and additional music and stuff. I'm sorry, but I'll either be doing that and only that, because those episodes are about an hour and 15 minutes once you get the special effects and all that other sort of stuff in them, the ambiance, and it takes many hours to get that done. So when it was the only thing I was doing, it was fine. But it's not like a hyper profitable return on an investment for time. And most people just want to hear the story. So, this is like one of those, normally the show would have been canceled, but thanks to viewers like you at least get the fucking, staff reads. Jesus Christ, I hacked the fuck out of my face. Wow. The fuck was that Hollow Knight ass noise? Okay, there we go. I looked in the right direction that time. Thank you, whoever donated that super chat. But I'm still giving the news. Those 2 are coming out. I'm going to be trying to get one of those episodes out every 2 weeks or so, while also doing just a host of other wonderful things. Getting ready to launch the next new video. For those of you who have been clamoring for it, and those of you who probably haven't actually watched it yet, because it got absolutely Algo murdered, and not a lot of people went over there to the channel to check it out because Hassan's fans were really ass mad that it existed, and I think a bunch of them got pissed about it. I'm relaunching I have fixed the audio issues with, and am relaunching the what is it? Shut Up, I'm Helping, enabling abuse through celebrity parasocialism. If you guys don't know about that video, I can play a little bit of it for you here in just a second. But that came out almost a year ago. It did not do very well because it's one of the things that I dropped on the essay channel, and the essay channel, it was just not spiritually prepared for success. And so like I was spending a lot of time and dropping stuff over there, and it was getting smaller and smaller numbers until I dropped the Silent Hill thing over there, and it got like 2,000 views. And I was like, okay, this is not working. I need to go the opposite direction. Why is this not opening?
Hey guys, just a reminder, it's
So I'll show you guys the intro to this just in case you haven't seen it before, but to get you guys hype. I think I'll be dropping it tomorrow. We might have another stream, and I might just do a fucking fuck it premiere launch for it, because why not? I got a ton more people subscribed to the channel since the first time I tried to launch that, and a lot of people don't even know about it. People are like, I didn't even know you dropped that video. Like, fuck, that is crushing. I think it's pretty salient, especially with the everybody who has a problem with Hassan Piker is some sort of Israeli special fucking agent who has nothing to do all day but sit on Twitter. Did you get your 7,000 Jew dollars? Okay. I'm just showing you clips of stuff he has done and said. Yeah, but you would only mention the flaws of the armpit porn guy if you were a Jew. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying to you? Okay. Is it getting a little bright? It's nice and rainy today, so I had the windows open, but I'm about to fucking shut that shit. Premiere the vid, yuppers. I can't read poggers in anything but Cool Cat's voice. I can't even imagine. I can't even remember what the fuck Cool Cat sounds like, really. Deserted Hail, Super Chat 499. May a couple of my embarrassing lack of research earlier. Also treats for the treat god, treat maitre. Thank you very much, Deserted Hail, for the 499. I should really look into the fiction work. You do? Yeah, you should. It's fucking awesome. And yeah, the other thing I'm going to be working on pretty steadily is release of the card game, which I just it's almost done. I feel like I have enough people following me that I could run a Kickstarter for that. And it would be reasonably successful. Not reasonable successful as in like I need $1 million. Reasonably successful as in like it will work, and I'll be able to cover production costs for printing up like 5,000 sets of cards or whatever the fuck. Are you talking about the Hassan does nothing for the Workers Palestine or you video or another one? Yeah, do a different one completely. God damn. A full video essay, an hour and 12-minute long video essay, as a matter of fact. Didn't notice Tyler hacked the fuck out of his face until he said so. Well, it's not necessarily where you guys can see it, but I always notice this shit. Am I going to draw a mind map of the entire internet? No. Hey, the Bowie. You guys like the Rolf? I am Rolf, son of a shepherd. And you are the grandson of a doormat, Ed boy. Unhand my milking pail, you toenail of a traveling salesman. Dude, being able to fucking record that voice must have been the most fun you've ever played. It is wild that his fans are like, he sent my money to feed the dead children in Palestine as a defense of him. I know, dude, he brought supplies to Cuba is crazy. Like, he didn't even bring it. He flew, dog. He took a private jet. He didn't have shit on there. Yeah, well, he made it rain on the people of Cuba like they were literal hookers. It's great. The only way The only way that the Hassan visiting Cuba could have been funnier is if he would have gotten one of those dollar bill guns that all the fucking rappers had like 10 years ago. Remember? They're like they were too lazy to fucking make it rain on the strippers, so they'd have the dollar bill shoot all the fucking money at them. Where the fuck you from, Havana? Take these 320s, bitch. Get the fuck out. God damn. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna close some of these up. I'm gonna put this on for you guys, so you can see it.
Male Manipulator Summer. We are in the middle of it.
I think it's nice.
Hey guys, just a reminder, it's Male Manipulator Summer. We are in the middle of it.
I think it's nice out, so I'm going to show you my favorite thing to do on a Sunday in New York City.
Never done one of these before. Should I do one of these?
All right, here it is. Without further ado, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, we have Law Overruled, Alex Peter in the building.
Let's just watch a bit of this.
TikTok heartthrob, public defender, loves crime and criminals and getting them out of going to prison and jail. Today as hell today because of something related to Twitter. Have you checked Hostwit recently? No, I don't have Twitter on my phone, and therefore I do not look at Twitter when I'm not live. If it's related to Alex Lolo, then that's not drama. That's it's like straightforward creep shit. Okay, if that's what you guys are referencing as drama, you're a psycho. That's not drama at all.
Morning. My name is Alex Clavering. I'm a staff attorney with the LGBTQ plus advocacy project.
So that's
in late July of 2025, a flurry of allegations thrust longtime Hassan Piker friend, associate, and contributor Alex Clavering into the spotlight, levying accusations of sexual harassment and other unethical and grimy behavior at the New York-based attorney. Clavering, who also goes by his internet handle LOL Overruled or Alex Peter, was fairly...
Look at that. Look at this fucking... Look at the jaw on this guy. Why is this motherfucker so handsome? Why that motherfucker so handsome? Why Leon S. Kennedy in this video? Why is Leon S. Kennedy in this video? God save me from him. He's so gorgeous. But yeah, no. That video is going to be coming out tomorrow, so I hope you guys are excited to watch it. Wow, I'm very dramatic today. Why is this? There we go. That's a little bit. Oh, god damn. Look at the fucking mystery here, dude. Look at all these fucking cross lights. Look at this mystery. But either way, yeah, that's going to be dropping tomorrow for the second time. So it's not new stuff necessarily. Also, look at this. Look at this. Look at this new art screensaver. Oh my god, what is that? What is? Get that off the screen. I think I saw this a while ago. Yeah, I dropped it like a little under a year ago. But I got to put it on the main video essay channel so that it's like in the algorithm and noticeable and viewable and yabba 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 yabba. So yeah, I'm gonna stick it there because I think it's gotten like 7,000 total views or something on the other channel because the other channel's got no fucking subs, you know. And honestly, like FD Signifier kind of helped me build it up a little bit, and his audience likes fucking Hassan Piker, so they were pissed at me. Then they got mad at him because that was like the third one I put out. It's like, I get it, you know, sometimes people are just like, can't you just talk about video games and shit? That's more my speed. And like, yeah, man, no, I'm a fucking adult. Like, I can't just talk about video games all the time. I cannot be the guy that watches superhero movies, trailers and cries. I just can't. I can't do it. I don't have it in me. Wins, Lowell overruled going to Cuba to stimulate the economy. Honestly, he had enough money. He's probably there. He's probably living in Cuba. That's the person that was like, hey, do you want to stay at my house? And Hassan was like, not this time. Lowell overruled moved to like some deep in the heart of Portland white people hippie neighborhood and lives there like Colonel Kurtz from fucking Apocalypse Now. Just surrounded by hairy ass white girls in dreads. They're all walking around him, cooing like birds. Woo! 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 I can almost do it. Hold on. Woo! 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 Nah, I can't do it. I can't do it at all. He's all fucking fat and greasy, looking like he's all fucking buttered up with chicken biscuits. You know what I mean? He got that extra crispy grime on him. He's just fucking the horror. Who's got Mike from PA's fucking getting dragged out of some hotel room, shit face. You gotta go to downtown Portland. Stop the Lolo. He's embarrassing Hassan. That movie would be amazing. Oh my god. Tyler already pushing reruns, ain't gonna make it another 3 seasons for real. What are you planning on doing with the Starship Troopers video? My hope is to fully re-record it because it looks like shit anyway. When I was in the bowels of my like fucking herniated disc era when I wrote that, it was literally when I was doing the research and reading through the books and stuff for that Starship Troopers thing, I had to lay on my belly on the ground, right where I'm sitting now. My desk used to be over there. Not that you have no idea where I'm pointing, but anyway, I had to lay on the ground because my back was in such bad states, and I was like, I would roll around in pain for like 2 or 3 minutes until like my head cleared, and then I would lay back on my stomach or like on my side, and I would read through the old fucking Starship Troopers like making of book and take notes painstakingly for days. Actually, the Demon Mama video was filmed under almost the exact same circumstances. Like I was like bead sweating, wiping my face between takes for some of those things because I was in so much fucking pain trying to film them and then edit them. Oh my god. Dude, that was like the one time any of these like fucking commentary types could have ever gotten me, and they missed their shot. Now all I can think of is their annihilation. This morning I watched a snail crawl across the chain of a fixed gear bicycle. This morning I watched a snail crawl across the chain of a fixed gear bicycle. When are we getting Tommy's on drugs? When you guys get the videos up to a cumulative 100K. And then I make the video. That's the other thing is I'm going to be doing that this week. I'm going to be filming for that video. What the fuck? What am I doing? How do I do this? What? Okay, that's perfect. I guess it should be the first segment. Donald Trump is the antichrist. If you guys don't know about this, Donald Trump has been being called the antichrist, I think, for actually like a very long time, like way longer than his political aspirations. And if you get back into the 90s, I know this is going to sound fucking insane to you, but like America is less religious now than it used to be. That you're going to say, no, Tyler, that's impossible. But it really is the case. The remaining religious people we have are just exceptionally loud, but they don't know anything about religion, which is one of the reasons they're even supportive of this. None of them are Christian. There's not a single Republican Christian left. I'm pretty sure. They can't be. They just literally, there's no version of Christianity, even like your most like, I don't know, ContraPoints read me a quote about evangelicalism. Like, okay, take it easy, kid. None of them are Christians anymore. Like, none of them. Not even in the most like big reach. It's like a Christo-fascist cult, but none of them have any grounding in Christianity whatsoever. They'll like quote a handful of random Bible verses here and there, but none of them believe it. They don't have any faith. Like Benny Johnson is a closeted homosexual man, like just lying on Maine every day. Do you know what I mean? And once upon a time, like in the 90s and stuff, people were so religious, they would have clocked him for it because he acts and looks too gay. They would have told him to mask up. They're like, you are a flittering, sugar loafered fairy. Like, if you don't come from that side of the millennium, you might look at Benny Johnson and be like, that's a straight guy. He has kids. And anyone else that's from where I go is like, he's fucking gay. He's a gay. That dude's he doesn't know how to play straight. Him trying to pretend to be straight makes him look more gay. He's like showing up like, guys, I bought a Carhartt. Like, okay, look at you. What the fuck? He goes into like a butch gay bar. They tell him to fucking tone it down. Okay, this isn't. We're here for hard drinks and fucking big guy sex in the fucking toilets. All right, we're not doing the fucking drag queen story hour in this particular establishment. This is butch motherfuckers only. All right, calm the fuck down with that. Like, but we just let it go. Like, it's just changed. There is no religion on the right anymore. Like the phrase Judeo-Christian values is crazy because like that used to be that was fringe. When I was a kid, Jews for Jesus was a joke because it was very like you don't have a choice. Like people would talk about like, have you ever heard of Jews for Jesus? And you're like, yeah, those fucking losers. They just convert, you fucking moron. You can't be a Jew for Jesus. We already tried that. They fucking killed him. So all the good Jews became Christians and all the bad Jews continued on to do stupid bad Jew stuff and be punished for it by God. It's why all bad things happen to Jewish people. That's like a religious edict. People just knew that. They wouldn't go, do you have Judeo-Christian values? They go, no, obviously not. I believe that Jesus Christ is the one true Son of God, born of virgin birth from Mary. What? Do you believe that? No. Okay, well, that's the heart of the beginning of the catechism. So we're enemy. You're a fucking heretic. You're a blasphemer. Do you know what I mean? At best. There's no shit. There's no Judeo-Christian value. That's like horseshit. If you're an actual religious person, you can't say that. Because first off, it gives top billing to Judeo, which is like crazy, right? You're like, Tyler, this sounds like ignorance. It is. It's religious tomfoolery, but people used to believe this shit. They used to be like, I need to turn that down just a touch, just a scooch. They used to be hard fucking core about it. Hardcore. Like, you know what? We used to have people finding Mary Magdalene in toast. Do you guys remember? We used to have miracles every other week. In the 90s, people would be like, there's a statue bleeding in Our Lady of Guadalupe, Mexico. What? Like, the statue started leaking human blood. It's a miracle. We're like, okay. And people believed it. It wasn't like, oh, man, that's crazy. The internet's nut. AI is crazy. No, people were like, there is a statue of Mary bleeding in the desert. I suppose the Antichrist may walk among us. People were like, I saw Mary in toast. And then people would come and they would look at the toast just to touch it. There's a piece of toast with a fucking, like, a person sort of looking like a person's face burned into it. Clearly fake sometimes. To the point, the fucking Vatican would have to send people out to go, like, that shit's fake. Like, the Vatican was putting down miracles left and right when I was a kid. They had to. Because you lose track of some random Spanish village, and all of a sudden they're like, I don't know if you know this, but there's a 12-year-old girl, and she made the sun dance because she prayed to Jesus. It's real. Isn't it real? Like, you guys remember that one like black community in Georgia, and they all got together and they're like, we're gonna talk about how there's a real leprechaun here. Like, nah, man, I saw the leprechaun. He was over there. He fucking came up to me, borrowed a fucking cigarillo or some shit. Like, it was that, but like not pissing around, like mass delusion out in the sticks. We had that all the time, and people were like, they knew their shit. They were like faithful adherents to the Bible. Do you know what I mean? Like you would get smacked up for the HE double hockey sticks. You could be old and have a hot ass spatula flung at you. Clean it. Why the fuck? Why was the spatula thrown across her? Because you cursed on Easter. Clean that. I need it. What the fuck did you throw? You fucking say some crazy shit in 1995, and people would throw things at you immediately. Whap! Throw things at you. It's fucking nuts. And amidst this, I know that I remember people talking about Donald Trump is the Antichrist. People are like, he's the Antichrist. Not like, we need to stop him. Like, oh, hey, dude, fucking, all right. The Antichrist is a bad and not bad thing. If you're like a religious person, the Antichrist is like, fuck, dude, plagues are upon us. We're getting plagues. I don't know if you know this, but Donald Trump has been bringing plagues. We have pestilence. Okay. What? Wait, what do you mean? Remember COVID? We have pestilence. With COVID, and then going into his second, we have the shutdown of world aid, which is famine. Tyler, what are you talking? And then we just kind of unnecessarily are starting wars. That's war. Tyler, what are you talking about? We're one horse left, and a specific person rides that pale horse. A specific person rides that pale horse to fucking kill the Antichrist in certain interpretations of the last part of the Bible. We're done. It's supposed to be Apocrypha. I know. But 7 heads and 7 crowns and 7... It's so good, bro. So Donald Trump just put this shit out like last night and pissed people off so fucking bad they lost their minds. And it's always been very he does not believe in God. He cannot believe in God. He believes only in Donald Trump. This is AI stuff. AI is already known as being we're actually referring it to it. People are casually using old Bible terms, like old clergy discussion terms, unsold, to speak about AI. AI is unsold. It is a product of the black lamb, the goat, the bleeding heart of darkness. Satan walking on earth will come about your people and mislead them with his words, and they will speak in gibberish all the tongues of man. Like, bro, we're in the unsold prophet, the soulless and unsold prophet of the devil walks amongst us and has stolen from humanity its own divine spark in order to profane the image of Christ on earth, replacing it with that of a man who makes everything, casts his name in gold upon all things. Golden calves are amongst us again. It's just literal Bible prophecy. How the fuck? I'm supposed to be a fucking atheist, but I can't even fuck with it 100% anymore. This is good fan fiction. This is good shit. Bro, okay, hold on. Just, okay. So, Revelations 13. The dragon stood on the shore of the sea, and I saw a beast coming out of the sea. It had 10 horns and 7 heads, with 10 crowns on its horns, and on each head a blasphemous name. I don't know how many boats are near Iran right now. The beast I saw resembled a leopard, but had feet like those of a bear and a mouth like that of a lion. The dragon gave the beast his power and his throne and great authority. One of the heads of the beast seemed to have had a fatal wound. But the fatal wound had been healed. The whole world was filled with wonder and followed the beast. People worshipped the dragon because he had given authority to the beast. And they also worshipped the beast and asked, "Who is like the beast? Who can wage war against it?" The beast was given a mouth to utter proud words and blasphemies and to exercise its authority for 42 months. Almost an entire presidency. It opened its mouth to blaspheme God and to slander his name and his dwelling place and those who live in heaven. It was given power to wage against God's holy people and to conquer them. And it was given authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation. All inhabitants of the earth will worship the beast, all whose names have not been written in the Lamb's book of life, the Lamb who was slain from the creation of the world. Whoever has ears, let him hear. If anyone is to go into captivity they will go. If anyone is to be killed with the sword they will be killed. This calls for patient endurance and faithfulness on the part of God's people. Then I saw a second beast coming out of the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb, but it spoke like a dragon. It exercised all the authority of the first beast on its behalf, and made the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast, whose fatal wound had been healed. And it performed great signs, even causing fire to come down from heaven to the earth in full view of the people. Because of the signs it was given power to perform on behalf of the first beast, it deceived the inhabitants of the earth. It ordered them to set up an image in honor of the beast, who was wounded by the sword and yet lived. The second beast was given power to give breath to the image of the first beast, so that the image could speak and cause all who refused to worship the image to be killed. It also forced all people, great and small, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hands or on their foreheads, so that they could not buy or sell unless they had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666. Might be looking at the last canon event. Bro. Oh, man, you guys want some more? Oh, you want some more? You want some more? You want just a touch more fucking, you want to touch more Revelations to see if I can get your skin crawling? Then I looked, and there before me was the Lamb, standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 who had his name and his Father's name written on their foreheads. And I heard a sound from heaven like the roar of rushing waters and a loud peal of thunder. The sound I heard was like that of harpists playing their harps. And they sang a new song before the throne and before the 4 living creatures and the elders. No one could learn the song except the 144,000 who had been redeemed from the earth. These are those who did not defile themselves with women, for they remained virgins. The incels. They follow the Lamb wherever he goes. They were purchased from among mankind and offered as first fruits to God and the Lamb. No lie was found in their mouth. They are blameless. Oh. Then I saw another angel flying in midair, and he had the eternal gospel to proclaim to those who live on the earth, to every nation, tribe, language, and people. He said in a loud voice, "Fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come. Worship him who made the heavens, the earth, the sea, and the springs of water." A second angel followed and said, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, which made all nations drink the maddening wine of her adulteries." Technically, Iraq is fucking Babylon. A third angel followed them and said in a loud voice, "If anyone worships the beast and its image and receives its mark on their forehead or on their hand," MAGA. There's people literally walking around with the words MAGA on their fucking forehead. They too will drink the wine of God's fury, which has been poured full strength into the cup of his wrath. They will be tormented with burning sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and of the Lamb, and the smoke of their torment will rise forever and ever. There will be no rest day or night for those who worship the beast and its image, or for anyone who receives the mark of its name. This calls for patient endurance on the part of the people of God who keep his commands and remain faithful to Jesus. Then I heard a voice from heaven say, "Write this, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes," says the Spirit, "they will rest from their labor, for their deeds will follow them." I looked, and there before me was a white cloud, and seated on the cloud was one like the Son of Man, with a crown of gold on his head and a sharp sickle in his hand. Then another angel came out of the temple and called in a loud voice to him who was sitting on the cloud, "Take your sickle and reap, because the time to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is ripe." So he who was seated on the cloud swung his sickle over the earth, and the earth was harvested. Another angel came out of the temple in heaven, and he too had a sharp sickle. Still another angel who had charge of the fire came from the altar and called in a loud voice to him who had the sharp sickle, "Take your sharp sickle and gather the cluster of grapes from the earth's vine, because its grapes are ripe." The angel swung its sickle on the earth, gathered its grapes, and threw them into the great winepress of God's wrath. They were trampled in the winepress outside the city, and blood flowed out of the press, rising as high as the horses' brittles for a distance of 1,600 stadia. About 180 miles or 300 kilometers. Oh, man. That is just fire. Crazy, right? Let's see. Yeah. No, not Tree of Life. Rewind a little bit further back in Revelations. Chapter 6, the first 4 seals and the horsemen. Then in my vision I saw the Lamb break open the first of the 7 seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures shout in a voice like thunder, "Come." I looked, and before my eyes I saw a white horse, and its rider was holding a bow. He was given a crown, and he rode forth as a victor to amass still further conquests. When he broke open the second seal, I heard a second living creature shout, "Come," and another horse came forth. It was red. Its rider was empowered to take away peace from the earth, so that people would slay each other. He was given a large sword. When he broke open the third seal, I heard the living creature shout, "Come." I looked, and there was a black horse, and its rider was holding a pair of scales in his hand. Then I heard what sounded like a voice emanating from the midst of the 4 living creatures, saying, "A quart of wheat costs a day's wages, and 3 quarts of barley cost a day's wages, but do not damage the olive oil or the wine." When he broke open the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature shout, "Come." I looked, and there was a pale green horse. Its rider was named Death, and Hades followed close behind. They were given authority over a fourth of the earth, to kill with sword, famine, and plague, and by means of wild beasts. 5th seal, Visions of the Martyrs. When he broke open the 5th seal, I saw underneath the altar the souls of those who had been slain on account of the word of God and for witnessing it. They shouted in a loud voice, "How long is it to be, holy and true master, before you judge the inhabitants of the earth and avenge our death?" Each of them was given a white robe, and they were instructed to be patient for a little longer until the roll was completed of their fellow servants and brethren who were still to be killed as they themselves had been. In my vision, when he broke open the 6th seal, there was a violent earthquake. The sun turned as black as coarse sackcloth, and the moon became as red as blood, and the stars in the sky fell to earth like unripe figs dislodged from a tree when shaken by strong wind. The heavens were torn apart like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was dislodged from its place. Then the kings of the earth, the nobles and the commanders, the rich and the powerful, and the whole population, both slaves and free, hid themselves in caves and among rocks on the mountains. They shouted to the mountains and the rocks, "Fall on us and hide us from the face of the one who sits on the throne, from the wrath of the Lamb, from the great day of their wrath has come. For the great day of their wrath has come, and who can endure it?" God damn, dude. I'm fucking profane during reading this shit. I mean, this is one of those things also, you know, and I'll take a step back for some atheistic shit. This is bonkers. Obviously, this is religious. There's a lot of pareidolia that can happen here, and you can just find, you know, you can find equivalencies wherever, you know. They say Quasimodo predicted all of this. Nostradamus. The Mayan timeline was the best, apparently. I mean, dude, 2012 kind of like just turned everything off, didn't it? So you'll see more stuff. Nah, I bet against Jesus coming back in 2026. But like this is not great. This is bad in a lot of ways. Open image and new tab. Is it going to be bad for his career? Probably not. And yeah, people are asking, what are these figures? And there is in here, I think this is maybe supposed to, they're trying to be it might be supposed to be Lady Liberty or something, but as it looks, this would be, even if it is Lady Liberty wears a 7-pointed crown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you finish 6 and 7, so there may be an angel appeared wearing a 7-pointed crown. Oh my God, I have no idea why you would do this stuff. I mean, you can even see sort of Lady Liberty back there. All the great people of the earth. Dude, this shit is so fucking crazy. People have already edited this to just raw look like Jeffrey Epstein, but it's close enough already that you go, what? But yeah, it's Donald Trump performing works as Jesus Christ, and it is this is possibly the most blasphemous thing I've ever. People would be trying to kill Barack Obama over this. This isn't like, there's no question over that. There would be insane people. There probably already maybe are some insane people that are going to go try to kill Donald Trump over this. You can't be almost anyone and do this, and some psycho, Christian's not going to come try to fucking take you out over it. But this is as blasphemous as it gets. This is raw heresy. This is imagining oneself in the place of the Godhead. It's unforgivable. This is Jesus's robe. This is how he's commonly and the laying on of hands. People have tried to say like he looks like a saint. He's holding the power of God in his left hand, and with his right hand he's curing the sick. It's not great. Hold on, let me. Let's see. Is this the one that he does it, or is the other one that gets this? As he went along, he saw a blind man from birth. This is John 9. His disciples asked him, Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Neither this man nor his parents sinned, said Jesus, but this happened so that the works of God might be displayed in him. As long as it is day, we must do the works of him who sent me. Night is coming when no one can work. While I am in the world, I am the light of the world. After saying this, he spit on the ground, made some mud with the saliva, and put it on the man's eyes. Go, he told them, wash in the pool of Siloam. This word means sent. So the man went and washed and came home seeing. His neighbors and those who had formerly seen him begging asked, isn't this the same man who used to sit and beg? Some claimed that he was. Others said, no, he only looks like him. But he himself insisted, I am the man. Pharisees investigate the healing. This man doesn't keep the Sabbath. How can a sinner perform such signs? Lame. Maybe it's the... it might just be Lazarus. John 11. Yeah. So, we've got this up here so that you can kind of see. Now, a man named Lazarus was sick. He was from Bethany, the village of Mary and her sister Martha. This Mary, whose brother Lazarus now lay sick, was the same one who poured perfume on the Lord and wiped his feet with her hair. So the sisters sent word to Jesus, Lord, the one you love is sick. When he heard this, Jesus said, the sickness will not end in death. No, it is for God's glory, so that God's Son may be glorified through it. Now Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. So when he heard that Lazarus was sick, he stayed where he was 2 more days, and then he said to his disciples, let us go back to Judea. But Rabbi, they said, a short while ago the Jews there tried to stone you, and yet you are going back? Jesus answered, are there not 12 hours of daylight? Anyone who walks in the daytime will not stumble, for they see by this world's light. It is when the person walks at night that they stumble, for they have no light. After he said this, he went on to tell them, our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I'm going there to wake him up. His disciples replied, Lord, if he sleeps, he will get better. Jesus had been speaking of his death, but his disciples thought he meant natural sleep. So then he told them plainly, Lazarus is dead, and for your sake I am glad he was not there, so that you may believe. But let us go to him. Dude, what the fuck version is this? Can we not? Fucking terrible. There we go. When Jesus arrived, he learned that Lazarus had already been in the tomb for 4 days. Now Bethany was near Jerusalem and 2 miles distant, and many of the Jews had come to Martha and Mary to console them for the loss of their brother. When Martha heard that Jesus was coming, she went forth to meet him, while Mary remained at home. Martha said to Jesus, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. But even now I know that God will grant you whatever you ask of him. Jesus said to her, your brother will rise again. Martha replied, I know that he will rise again in the resurrection on the last day. Jesus then said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, even though he dies, will live. And everyone who lives and believes in me will never die. Do you believe this? So, understand. No one else is allowed to mess around with those images. Yes, Lord, she replied. I believe that you are the Christ, Son of God, the one who has come into this world. When she had said this, she went back and took her sister Mary aside, telling her privately, the teacher is here and asking for you. As soon as she got this, she got up quickly and went to him. For Jesus had not yet come to the village, but was still at the place where Martha had met him. When the Jews who were in the house consoling her saw Mary get up quickly and go out, they followed her, assuming she was going to the tomb to weep there. Mary came to the place where Jesus was, and as soon as she saw him, she fell at his feet and said to him, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. When Jesus saw her weeping and beheld the Jews who were with her also weeping, he became deeply moved in spirit and angry. He asked, Where have you laid him? They said to him, Lord, come and see. Jesus began to weep, causing the Jews to say, See how greatly he loved him? But some of them remarked, He opened the eyes of the blind man. Why could he not have done something to prevent this man's death? Again deeply moved, Jesus came to the tomb. It was a cave with a stone closing the entrance. Jesus said, Take away the stone. Martha, the dead man's sister, said to him, Lord, by now there will be a stench, for he has been dead for 4 days. Jesus replied, Did I not tell you that if you have faith you will see the glory of God? And so they removed the stone. And then Jesus looked up and said, Father, I thank you for hearing me. I know that you will always hear me, but I have said this for the sake of the people standing here, so that they may believe that it was you who sent me. When he had said this, he cried out in a loud voice, Lazarus, come out. The dead man came out, his hands and feet bound with linen bands, and his face wrapped in cloth. Then Jesus said to them, Untie him and let him go free. So, there's a lot of religious imagery that's happening here. I'm going to assume that Donald Trump didn't just, make this while he was taking a shit the other day, you know? And that this is probably one of his, staffer types that was actually putting all of this together. And the reason that this is important is because his entire corrupt organization is trying to deify him in ways that are profane beyond profanity, and any person who calls themselves a Christian, particularly Catholics, you will go to your hell if you follow him. You will go to your hell. There's essentially no version of Christianity that will permit this. Now, if you were like, I supported him in order to start the Revelations, yes. But understand, any person who utters a word of forgiveness on behalf of a man who profanes the name of God and portrays himself as his son is, by every metric in every fucking branch of Christianity, a heretic, a blasphemer, and an insult to the name of God itself. The entirety of the triarchy. He has profaned the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in unison. If it wasn't a time of peace, he would be drugged down by the people and slaughtered in the street. This is the reason the Borgias ended badly. This is speed running Medici, right? This is an insanity beyond insanity. It really speaks to, I think mostly, and the point that I'm getting here, is that it speaks deeply to the irreligiosity of the supposedly religious in this day and age. That nobody knows what's in their fucking book anymore. They've debate broed themselves out of piety. there are no pious Christians on this earth, it feels like, anymore. There are certainly none that go about in public circles with the name of God on their tongue and speak with the humility and bowed heads and you know lowered eyes that you are required to speak the name of God with. You have like sideshow acts like the Westboro Baptist Church. And understand, if the Westboro Baptist Church exists, they would probably go to hell. There is no interpreting the Bible, you know what I mean, in their favor. No matter what they say, hell awaits, right? Because they're just not, it doesn't work. Trust me. You can either just take my word for it or live in the midwit part of the bell curve where it's like, no, Tyler, I know. Or you can get all the way just to any theologian. They're like, hell awaits. Taking God's name in your own vanity in order to pursue material wealth on this earth is you're going to hell. You're going to hell. Like, there's taking the Lord's name in vain, that most people think of, which is, I am saying God damn it, right? Or something like that, right? Which is profaning the name of God. To truly take to take the name of God, who you don't even say the name in the Christian faith. God is not God's name in the Christian faith, nor is that just an alliteration outside of it. God has actual names. One of the reasons that the Quran is different than other Abrahamic texts, or specifically at least the Christian texts, is that in the Quran, it's the same Abrahamic God. They speak the names of God. The names of Allah are the same names of God, but in Arabic instead of, ancient Aramaic and stuff, I believe. And so like you can't mess around with that book because the names of God are spoken and written aloud in it. Do you know what I mean? You don't ever say it. Like, the closest you can get is Jehovah, and even that's not the whole thing. You get into the Yahweh and all that stuff, you're asking for trouble. So you just say God because you don't want to invoke the All-Father. You don't. It's the same reason you probably wouldn't go around talking about Odin if you were in a Norseman, because Odin might show up and wonder why the hell you keep saying his name. He can hear it. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't go about invoking the name of God. So to speak God's name in your own vanity, in your own vain, like reaching for power and wealth and prestige, is like beyond the simple sin of pride. It's the advanced true sin of hubris. Like, you're going to hell. The deep parts of it, the tortured and burning, the screaming, sulfured pits of the end of God's love. Like, dude, it's the worst thing you can do. I know that sounds crazy because you're like, what about murder and stuff? Like, murder can be looked aside and forgiven, and it's necessary. And so there's so many rules about when it isn't okay to like end the lives of God's creatures, man and beast alike, throughout the entirety of the Bible. Like, that's one of the reasons that Jews have such a specific way of slaughtering cattle, because there's rules for it in the Bible. It's not, you can't just go around killing stuff. Like, Christy Nome is going to hell for killing those dogs like that. It doesn't feel, wait, what? Yes, she's laid hands, unnecessary pain onto the fucking creatures of God's earth. She has killed for the sheer joy of murder. She has put aside the value of God's creation for her own vanity and sick enjoyment. She has treated life causally. She's going to hell. She's gonna. Like, it's that easy. But people don't know what the fuck's in the book. They think like, oh, no. Look, I can be forgiven as long as you can't. Maybe if you're Jewish people's agreement with God is their own agreement, which is they all have to get really, 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 really good at arguing and knowing what the hell is in the Torah before they get up there, so they can, look. Moshe? You know Moshe? I know Moshe. We've read the stories. Now, what he was doing when he was drunk is very similar to what I was doing when I was drunk, and I don't think that the way that I am being judged for this is the same as the way that he was being judged for this. I think it's a little harsh. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to do that. But for the Christian versions of it, the vast majority of them, and especially the one that's, here on the docket right now, Catholicism, one of the major world religions that has an unbroken tradition of 2,000 years. You go to hell for that stuff. Like, if you go and ask your priest, like, hey, I've just wantonly murdered animals for the sake of their death because I enjoy death, he'll go, you've sinned in the eyes of God. You can't go about in violence against God's creation and expect for God. He made those things not for you to murder. Like, did you notice that there's no part of the Garden of Eden where God's like, also, if you just want to go, like, just torture cats, you can just go for it. Like, God's like, humans, this stuff's here for you to use, but it doesn't mean you get to go, like, do an upper decker on my creation. You got to be good to it. You have to treat things with respect and, like, with an understanding of the reverence of, like, oh, I'm thankful this is here. God put this here for me. I should be nice to because God hooked me up. I'm lucky he didn't give me any, like, that's the whole point of it. And these guys don't get it. They're just like, no, all I got to do is fucking just badger the shit out of a trans person and stuff. Like, I just got to be cruelty first and foremost. Like, no, man. No, not at all. And, like, that's just killing. That's why there's so many rules for it. There are no rules that permit you to speak in vanity the name of God. You cannot proclaim yourself anything more than God's servant, the King of Kings. You can't say you're his equal. You can't say you're his kid. You can't say you talk to him. Like, you can't. That's why all these other schismatic orders, they just become like, whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah, you talk to Jesus. No one else did. He will make his signs. That's the other part of the Bible. People are like, what was this guy said? Yeah. You've got to do miracles. You've got to one up Jesus Christ to be considered the new Christ. Look, I know that nobody was going to believe this, so check it out. Dead guy walking around after 4 days. How about that one? Okay, pretty crazy, right? You can't do this. This is literally invoking religious imagery for your own vanity. Raw vanity. You're living in envy and pride of God. There's whole stories about how people that are acting the way that Trump acts get struck blind. They get turned into fucking salt and shit. They have their skin boiled away. Their children are killed by ghosts in the night. Like, this is like the thing that you don't do. You do not set yourself equal to God or his children. If you're actually a practicing even Catholic, you don't set yourself equal to saints. You try to live to their example, but you don't compare yourself to someone who has been blessed with and walked the path of God. You're just a president. Like, I think I said this about J.D. Vance when he had opinions about the Pope. You're just the vice president of the United States of America. If you believe this for a second, you have no power. Your humility should pale in comparison to the weight of the knowledge of God. It's God. It's not just things that you say to beat up gay people. It's, if you believe it, it's God. It's God. You are meant to, if you are a Catholic, you should be able to humble yourself to the point where you will kneel before the homeless and clean their feet, knowing that despite the iniquities of their existence, they are a creature of God. God has made them. And no matter what thing led them astray, his own son came down, spit into the earth, and healed blind beggars. He laid his hands on lepers. And you compare yourself to, you for a moment, even just suggest that you have disagreements with the papacy? Like, are you trying to create a schismatic order? After just joining, you're going to get fucking excommunicated. He's going to get people put in excommunication with the church. They are asking for political alliances now with some of the stuff, because I have to look up the Pope thing. Well, yeah, I might as well just look that up, because this is the other antichrist shit. This is so crazy. You're just not supposed to do this. I'm not even saying I believe all of this stuff, but like, I went to school. I went to Catholic school for 6 years, and they're not light on it. It's so hard to break rules like this. It's crazy. You would have to be deeply mentally ill to the point where people are going like, it's okay, you know, hey, he does not know what he says. Like, that's an actual excuse. Yeah, he's calling himself the Son of God. He also thinks that he can talk to, you know, Sir Francis Bacon, and that Sir Francis Bacon is commanding him to steal, you know, loaves of bread and throw them at the ducks on the pond. Like, we don't know why that's happening. Trump statement on Pope. Let's see if I can't get the images. Let me get that Truth Social post. Yeah, this is blasphemy. Open image in new tab. Now, if you're not a Catholic, that's fine. Like, you can blaspheme, you can talk smack about the Pope. It doesn't count. You technically, if the Catholics are right, then you are already going to go to hell probably anyway. Or maybe you'll be forgiven for being a penitent and a penitent person in your Gnosticism or in your errant ways. And then when God, you know, ends the world and Jesus comes down to break the barriers of hell, you may be forgiven and taken up to his kingdom, that kind of stuff. But like, Lord, oh, that's 2016. Where's the new one? What the hell? Okay, news. No, I don't want New York Times. Okay. Dude, and by the way, the new Pope is like papal as hell. Like, he's about it. Trump. Donald Trump. Okay, come on, give me this. Donald Trump. Trump statement on Pope. What is it? Truth Social. I think he might have deleted it already. Yes, this is it. Okay, so yeah. April 12th, 2026, and I'll bring it down here. So, Donald Trump. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Louis much better than I like him because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States, and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers, into our country. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the President of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everybody knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be pope. He was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left, who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. Re-truth is fucking crazy to me, like, to this day. So, yeah, that's, I mean, that's blasphemy. I mean, So if you don't understand how the papacy works, now there's obviously a what do you call it? There's aspects of politicking, et cetera, for the papacy, right? But that is not for lay people to really talk about. You can speculate on it, but it's equivalent to like gossip mag. And if the clergy speaks on it, you kind of are supposed to, if you're a Christian, you take them at their word. It's kind of almost crucial that you do this because you don't call that out. Even though it is political, the hearts and minds of the cardinalship and the what do you call that? The Conference of Cardinals, whatever. I always forget what the heck it's called. Their hearts and minds are supposed to be understood as being led by the message and wisdom of Christ and the saints and the 2,000 years of precedential law and history in the Vatican for a while. There's different popes could be popes, but ultimately the choice of the pope is the will of God. Do you know what I mean? It is an intricate connection between, and it's the agreement between God and humankind that, yeah, you can have free will. That's part of the thing. So it's exercising free will in conjunction with the true will of God to see if those things can align. And it's supposed to be that the true, will of God in alignment with the free will of man, guided still by God's wisdom and yada, 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 all that stuff, guides the cardinalship to choose who God would have picked. Thus, when the Pope speaks, in as God's last living emissary on earth, the conductor of Peter's church, like in that sort of unbroken line. There's sedevacanists and stuff, but unfortunately they're all in excommunication, and so they're all going to hell. What about the people that don't agree with that? They are going to burn, unfortunately. I don't know what to tell you. That it's religion. If you want to believe that, then all the other people are going to burn, but you burn. You're going to hell. You're going to go to hell. If you better be right is the first thing. And unironically, like the fact that the Roman Catholic Church persists, ineffably persists, is the strongest indication that the Catholic Church is God's chosen church. Do you know what I mean? Like there's still, you have Orthodox and yada, 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 other whatever. And to a degree, there's no animosity these days. And I think a lot of papal decisions and bulls and stuff have been basically like, look, we're the Catholic Church. We're right. But very likely the type of piety that people are exercising, their desire not to follow the human instrument of God on earth, should not ultimately conduct them to hell. Is usually we get it. You know what I mean? That the papacy does. They're very good at that. They really are. You can judge them for a lot of stuff, but they haven't been a military power for like 1300s, 1400s. History people can help me out. They have a bunch of money, but understand they have no military authority. All they have is money and the ability to like interpret one really old book. That's actually kind of crazy because normally if you just had money and no army, people just take it. Do you know what I mean? You just get robbed. But they hang on. That should be an indicator that they have some sense and semblance of relationship to the lay world and an understanding of where their position in the world order is. Like have respect for something that's kind of like, okay, yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? But all that aside, like if you do believe in this stuff, you can't go. There's no need to. First off, there's no need to go against the Pope. You shouldn't have thoughts. If you're a religious person, you shouldn't have thoughts about the Bible. Even if you're not a Catholic, when you're in your own place, you really shouldn't be thinking about the Bible, with notable exceptions of, I think, like the Presbyterians and stuff. Like they're basically like kind of like Jews, not like they're Jewish or anything, but they like to they like to be learned people, and they have their little meeting houses and they talk things over type deal. But like when you're in these specific Catholic traditionalists, you kind of just go with what the Pope says. And if you don't want to, you don't talk about it. You just don't do what the Pope says, and then you say, I didn't do it, and I'm sorry. You know what I mean? And it's not hard. We're past the truly legitimate schismatic orders, right? Because those came about during, Borgia popes, and when the papacy was awarding the title of Holy Roman Emperor and basically giving like carte blanche for different France a lot to wage endless war against people, to try to unify Europe or do whatever it was that they wanted to do at the time, which is where dissatisfaction with the church and schismatic orders and stuff came from. And also, Luther's number of issues, some of which were like, okay, indulgences are bad, but also like, we're not pogroming all of the Jews all the time. Maybe not the best thesis. Okay, so 99 problems, and Jews are like a few of them. God damn. But Pope Leo responded pretty well to this, I think. And it kind of goes with what I'm saying. Like, this is the AP article. This is Will Weissert, Josh Boak, and Nicole Winfield. Pope Leo says he does not fear Trump, citing gospel as he pushes back and feud over Iran war. This is actually probably a serious erosion for Trump's support. I know normally Catholics tend to go pretty Democrat or neutral or become apolitical, but the sort of Trump MAGA cult swept in a lot of people for race issues, for issues of idiocy. A lot of people are just terrified. A lot of people see Democratic politicians from the last few decades and they're indiscernible, I mean, honestly, from Republican politicians anyway. So, they don't really, it's not really a great argument where you're like, oh, Donald Trump is bad. It's like, yeah, but like Hillary Clinton, you're like, well, she couldn't have been that bad. It's like, yeah, you got to convince a religious person that Hillary Clinton's not that bad of a person. You have an uphill fucking battle to fight. Okay. All right. Well, they shouldn't believe that. Okay. Well, they still got to vote, idiot. Now, do you want to eliminate that vote? Okay. That's why they're going with him, moron. But either way, I think that a lot of this is going to cause serious erosions in his religious base, which already he should not have had, and is based on, I think we're past the point where a lot of religious people can make religious arguments for republicanism at all. I mean, we have people that are like, no, poor people are not real people. It's like, what part of the New Testament are you reading that gives you any inclination that you're not going to burn in hell if you say that the message of Jesus Christ is to let poor people suffer? Like what are you talking about? The New Testament takes precedence over the Old. If you can't be an Old Testament Christian, you can't, because that's not Christianity. That's the Old Testament. That's technically distilled Judaism. The New Testament is Christianity. That's where Christ is. So that's the most important part if you're a Christian. It's not really arguable. It's like, hey, we had a whole Old Testament, and then the Son of God was born and he had ideas. So if you believe the fundamental tenets of he's the Son of God, then all of his words and teachings and those of his disciples who studied underneath him are more important than everything that came before, okay? Because he came and amended some stuff. I'm kind of Old Testament. You're Jewish, but without any of the good aspects of Judaism. What do you mean? Like, I want to follow a hardline religious order, but I'm going to ignore the existence and words of the foundational prophet of the order is nuts. But like, that's what American Christians, quote unquote, American religioids, I don't even know what the hell to call them. They shouldn't call themselves Christians. They don't believe in Christ at all. They just literally don't. A lot of them don't even say Christ is really their Lord and Savior anymore in any way that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's gibberish. It's inane horse shit. And then they permit the existence of Mormons to preach alongside that, which profaners and blasphemers, like no one has any sense of piety anymore. Like it's just slavish devotion to a cruelty cult with the flayed form of Jesus, stapled to the front of it. So it's like, man, you better hope that he's not, because he's going to kill all of you. Like you are going to be boiled, pestilence and boiled, blood oceans and raining fire from the skies. Like what the hell? But this is this article. I'm going to put it up on screen. Aboard the papal plane, AP. U.S.-born Pope Leo the 14th pushed back Monday against Donald Trump's broadside against him over the U.S.-Israel war in Iran, telling reporters that the Vatican's appeals for peace and reconciliation are rooted in the gospel and that he doesn't fear the Trump administration. That probably hurt him very deeply. To put my message on the same plane as what the president has attempted to do here, I think is not understanding what the message of the gospel is, Leo told the Associated Press aboard the papal plane en route to Algeria. And I'm sorry to hear that, but I will continue on what I believe is the mission of the church in the world today. History's first U.S.-born Pope stressed that he was not making a direct attack against Trump or anyone else with his general appeal for peace and criticisms of the delusion of omnipotence that is fueling the Iran war and other conflicts around the world. I will not enter into debate. The things I say are certainly not meant as attacks on anyone. The message of the gospel is very clear. Blessed are the peacemakers, Leo said. That is the realist. He's the Pope. The Pope does not enter into debate. The word of God is not up for debate. If you are a Catholic, you are not in a position, if you believe any of it and you go to church, you are not in a position to question the Pope. It's not up for debate. Render unto Caesar, but Caesar has no say on the realm of God. Do you know what I mean? Like, the Bible is the word of God. It's the gospel. I'm the Pope. You don't need to say anything else. You're done. You're done at that point. Like, it's over. Because he's the Pope. Like, I really can't hammer this home. Like, if you are a Catholic American and you are going against this, you are in sin. You are a sinner, a deep sinner. You are profaning in vanity the word of God, and you are worshiping a false prophet and an idol over the inheritor of Peter's church. Like, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're going to burn. Your kids will burn if you make them believe this stuff, and that's real. Your children will be dragged with you into the fires of hell. Your wife, your co-worshipers, everyone that you convince of this nonsense, you're going to go to hell. You're going to burn. You will smell sulfur as you die, and you will descend into a pit from which there is no escape. You will feel the coldness of the loss of God's light on the deathbed. There will be no one who can legally give you last rites as a Catholic if you are in excommunication with the Pope because you sided with a golden idol over him to harm the poor. You're going to hell. You may be a living, unsouled body on earth. You may already walk amongst the damned, not knowing it. Your fear and paranoia as you walk through the day, the prickles on the back of your neck may be the strikes of the devils in hell as they pierce your flesh, your soul itself, while your unsouled body walks about in sin on earth. Like, dude, this is crazy levels of blaspheming. Like, insane. It's so not taking the word of God serious. You never believed. To just leap into it, to just jump into it raw, means that you never had any faith whatsoever in God, the Bible, or any understanding whatsoever of Catholic doctrine. You are a sinner, a blasphemer, and a heretic. You are going to die and go to hell. I don't know how to say that nicer. You got to not do that. Like, literally, if you are speaking to people on Twitter that are not your ordained Catholic minister and priest about this, you have nothing to say. And you shouldn't be saying it. Like, this is the other thing too, is all these lay people coming out and being like, I don't know how I feel about the Pope. You don't have to feel any way. It's the Pope. It's like saying, I don't know how to feel about God. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you believe in God? I don't know. Okay, well then I guess this isn't all that fucking serious. But if you are a Catholic and you believe in Catholicism, if you are a Roman Catholic, then that is your act of communion with the church. You can't agree with Donald Trump and be reconciled. You have to confess this. Like, you cannot take communion. It's a mortal sin. Like, do you even know what a mortal sin is? Like, half of these people, like what happened if you died and you had to speak to Peter at the gates of heaven with the great book of your sins open in front of him, and you had to tell him that a pedophile cartoon online told you that to turn against the wisdom of the elected Pope, the head of Peter's church, and you spoke and listened to only a literal idol, an unsold creation. You spoke to living art, maneuvered by the voice of a person who you could not see and was not ordained or blessed or sacrament. He did not take the sacrament of priesthood and has just led you astray from the path of God. That's what you're going to say to Peter? Can you not smell the rotten eggs emanate? Can you feel the fucking fingers bursting through the ground to clutch at your fucking ankles? Like, you don't believe in any of this. It's insane. It's so crazy. Like, my grandma would put up with none of this shit. It's so backwards. It's like, how all of my atheism comes from, it's just the stories aren't especially convincing, and the organization was corrupt. Okay, yeah, sure. But if you're like, no, I believe in it, but the only reason that you're believing in it is for cruelty, then you don't believe it in the first place. But if you do believe it, then you can't do any of this. So either you're just it's horse shit, and you are the most direct, foul, jaded, crusted up creature on earth that's just like, basically retweeting something that means as much to you as a passage of Lord of the Rings in order to harm people. Like, you're either that kind of filth or you're just gonna go to hell. I gotta keep saying it, bro. God damn. Oh. Is that why Mel Gibson's dad, who's the final boss of Sedevacanism, went straight to hell? If he's a Sedevacanist, he's probably in hell, yes. Thank you for the $5, by the way. I will not enter debate, but I will not shy away from announcing the message of the gospel, inviting all people to look for ways of building bridges of peace and reconciliation, and looking for ways to avoid war anytime that's possible. The gospel, the literal word of God's child on earth. Speaking to other reporters, he said, I'm not afraid of the Trump administration or of speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel, which is what the church works for. We are not politicians. We do not look at foreign policy from the same perspective that he may have, the Pope said, adding, I will continue to speak out strongly against war, not the war, seeking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateralism among states to find solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering today. Too many innocent people have been killed. And I believe someone must stand up and say that there's a better way, he said. Trump says Leo is not doing a very good job. Trump delivered an extraordinary broadside against Leo on Sunday night, saying he didn't think the U.S.-born global leader of the Catholic Church is doing a very good job and that he's a very liberal person, while also suggesting the pontiff should stop catering to the radical left. Flying back to Washington from Florida, Trump used a lengthy social media post to sharply criticize Leo, then kept it up after deplaning in comments on the tarmac to reporters. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo, he said. Trump's comments came after Leo suggested over the weekend that a delusion of omnipotence is fueling the U.S.-Israel war in Iran. While it's not unusual for popes and presidents to be at cross purposes, it's exceedingly rare for the Pope to directly criticize a U.S. leader, and Trump's stinging response is equally uncommon, if not more so. It's considerably less common. I can't think in my lifetime of a president saying much more than like, they're very hands off with religious leaders in a general sense. You know what I mean? Like, hey, thank you for visiting. I spoke with whoever, they had their concerns. They prayed for me. We prayed together kind of deal. And I wish them all the luck. that kind of stuff. They're very cautious. Donald Trump was just like, turn your back on your entire religion in order to kill people for my monies. Like, what the fuck? Italian politicians across the spectrum showed their solidarity with Leo. Premier Giorgia Meloni sent a message of support for his peace mission, while the leader of the main opposition party, Ellie Schlein, was more direct, calling Trump's attacks extremely serious. Trump repeated that statement in comments to reporters, saying, "We don't like a pope who says it's okay to have a nuclear weapon." Who's we, dude? Are you even a Catholic? I mean, you're not anymore. You're not anymore if you were. Later, Trump posted a picture suggesting he had saint-like powers akin to those of Jesus Christ. Wearing a biblical-style robe, Trump is seen laying hands on a bedridden man as light emanates from his fingers, while a soldier, a nurse, a praying woman, and a bearded man in a baseball cap all look on admiringly. The sky above is filled with eagles, an American flag, and vaporous images. Angels, literal angels from heaven. All of that came after Leo presided over an evening prayer and service at St. Peter's Basilica on Saturday, the same day the United States and Iran began face-to-face negotiations in Pakistan. There ain't a fragile ceasefire with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the U.S. delegation. Vance is Catholic and recently released a book about his faith. He is no longer Catholic. He is a profaner of the word. He should, like, I hope he's not taking communion. Jesus. During his evening prayer service, the Pope didn't mention the United States or Trump by name, but his tone and message appeared directed at Trump and U.S. officials who have boasted of U.S. military superiority and justified their war in religious terms. Leo is on a 11-day trip to Africa starting Monday, has previously said that God does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them. He's also referenced an Old Testament passage from Isaiah, saying that, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen, your hands are full of blood. Before the ceasefire, when Trump warned of mass strikes against Iranian power plants and other infrastructure and that an entire civilization will die tonight, Leo described such sentiment as truly unacceptable. In his social media post on Sunday night, however, Trump went far beyond the war in Iran, criticizing Leo. The president wrote, "I don't want a pope who thinks that's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States." Reference to that, I don't want a pope. Blah, 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 blah. Bishops say the pope is not a politician. Archbishop Paul S. Coakley, president of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, issued a statement saying he was disheartened by Trump's comments. Pope Leo is not his rival, nor is the Pope a politician. He's the vicar of Christ who speaks from the truth of the gospel and for the care of souls, Coakley said. If you are actually a Catholic at all, and you believe in any of this at all, more than just like, I don't know, you're a fucking pedophile. Most of these people that are, trad cats these days are like fucking pedophiles. I think they're going to find some sort of fucking support system, I guess, and anti LGBT action or some horse shit. I don't know. But like, if you're actually a Catholic, like the head bishop of America has to remind people the Pope is the vicar of Christ who speaks from the truth of the gospel and for the care of souls. Literally, that's his job. If you believe in this at all, you are impugning God's guy, who is literally just saying people that make prayers to God while filling their hands with blood will not be answered, which is pretty succinct because it is from the Bible. And he's like, it's not up for debate. I don't have to debate, nor will I. I can't even really entertain debate. I'm the Pope. It's so insane, dude. Oh my God. I mean, they're repeating everything I said. This is basic Catholicism. He's not a political counterpart. This is from the Italian Bishops' Conference, but the successor of Peter, called to serve the gospel, truth, and peace. Trump won 55% of Catholic voters, according to AP Votecast in 2024. But Trump's administration also has close ties to conservative evangelical Protestant leaders and has claimed heavenly endorsement for the war on Iran. Jesus Christ. Play for victory in the name of Jesus Christ. I do because God is good, because God is good, because God wants people to see taken care of. Oh, Lord. Dude. Winfield reported from the papal plane. So yeah, man, dude, if you're a Catholic and you support Donald Trump, you are going to go to hell. It's not arguable at this point. Like, if you need to actively, like, if you're watching this and you're like a right winger or something, but you're a Catholic, like, I'm speaking as a fellow, like, lapsed Catholic out there. If you believe in this at all, it's not, I'm I'm not just saying this because I'm having fun at your expense as a leftist. If you actually believe in this, you need to go talk to your priest about your beliefs and about your statements about the Pope, because you are sinning. You are living in sin. You may be committing mortal sins. You may be. So there's a set of 10 rules. One of them, take no gods or idols before me. Worship no strange gods. Right? Those couple of rules. Placing the president of the United States or any lay person, any Caesar, placing any Caesar higher than Jesus or his emissary on earth, you know, his guy, the head of Peter's church, the Pope, placing Caesar higher than the Pope puts you into you're engaging in idolatry. If you see or share images of the president or of any layman, any person who is not consecrated by the church, if you share images of them as though they are the Godhead itself, himself, the Godhead, or Jesus Christ, or even a saint, you are engaging in idolatry and you are engaging in false worship. You are committing a mortal sin. You are breaking one of the 10 commandments raw in like every possible way. Like, it's insane. And the man is not even a pious man. He's a profaner and a sinner. He's a rapist and a pedophile. He's a literal demon. And you're being misled by the Antichrist, and you're going to go to hell. I don't know there's no nicer way to say that. I think, aside from some sort of like, you know, liturgical backflips that you're trying to do, reading the Bible or your version of a Bible in some fancy way where you're like, no, I know he's a sinner and I don't care. I'm just trying to end the world. Aside from that, there's pretty much no denomination of Christianity I can think of where you are not engaged in blasphemy of the highest order. I don't know, Baptists, Methodists, other Protestants, Presbyters, Lutherans, you know, if you want to chime in, is there a carve out in your version, in your schismatic order? Is there a carve out for worshiping a common man who has worked no miracles and done no good deeds and lived a life of sin as though he is Christ? Do you permit the reimagining of laymen reimagining themselves as being Christ on earth? Like, that's crazy. Like, I get why, if you are one of if that's okay, I understand why you were probably persecuted out of wherever the hell you're from. They probably should have gotten all of you. I'm not gonna lie. He dropped an F-bomb on Easter and committed blasphemy twice publicly as a president of our country. It's nuts. It's nuts. Like, I don't hold to the teachings of the Catholic Church as a, like, you know, devout follower of it, but I was raised in it, you know, so I can kind of like heft that around. I get it. When I say I'm not Catholic, I know what I'm risking, so to say, if I'm wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Like, I know what I'm doing opposite. So if you are, and you profess to be a cat, you cannot, like, JD Vance is a blasphemer. JD Vance is living in blasphemy as the right hand of a heretic. Like, that's so crazy. We had to work so hard as a country here and there to get evangelical leaders had to do so many backflips to be like, Barack Obama is a blasphemer. People like him a lot. Like, that's all they could do. Like, people really like Barack Obama, and he was just like, I don't know, it's all good. He's a Kenyan Muslim. Okay, yeah, that's all right. That's one thing. This guy just portrayed himself as Jesus Christ. Well, everybody likes to make jokes. He did it while impugning the Pope, Well, I'm a Christian. So what kind of Christian are you where you're allowed to portray yourself as Jesus healing the sick? Prosperity gospel? Okay, yeah, there we go. You're already going to hell. Oh, by the way, if you're all variants of prosperity gospel worship will burn in hell. You are all going to hell. I don't know how to tell you that. Gosh, man. Dude. There's a lot of fucking lost people out there. Maybe we do need to bring back the fucking Catholic Church. I swear to God. Because I'll tell you what, polycules aren't doing it. I respect atheism, but like the polycules are not making it happen. Oh my God, bro. I don't even know. What you're talking about is Vance is carrying a behelit. I actually worship the Godhead. I am a worshiper of the Godhead. I really like Slanish. I like Slanish. She's a very pretty lady demon. I don't like the little guy. He walks around. He wears creepy glasses. The boss guy, he's got a big brain. He's a very smart guy. He's got a big brain, but he's actually just two large hands underneath wings. That's crazy to me. But I worship them. I worship the God Hand. I like my good friend Guts. He's a great guy. Great guy. I met him when he was very young. He worked for me for a long time, Guts did. But he stabbed me in the back. He's a bit of a snake. And I know snakes. I've seen large ones, snakes the size of buildings. They're very big. And I said, you know what, Guts? You got me. I got captured. I was sent to jail. I was persecuted, and I did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. I didn't do a thing wrong. I just like the ladies, and I got a little frisky with a princess, and they said, yeah, going to jail, even though I did everything right. I went to jail. They cut large pieces off me, and it took them forever to come. Free me from my cage, and I was taken out. I said, hey, what can I do here? I have a bailiff. I think inheritance is fine. I have an inheritance. Other people, I started my entire godhood with just one small bailiff. Just one small bailiff. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of guys here. They like me. I like them. But how about I trade them for godhood? And then I did a little bit of a rape. Not my first. I did a little bit of a rape. I killed myself, sort of, kind of, and here I am. I look like the Phantom of the Opera, but it's the other cool one. The cool one, the cinematography was done by the guy that works for David Lynch. It was very cool. Very cool, and I ascended, and I can teleport, and the first thing that happened was a guy, I don't even know this guy. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. Skull Knight, he came out of me. I said, look, a skeleton. Are you one of my new friends? Are you a demon? He said, I'm going to stab you. He tried to kill one of my new friends, one of the fingers. I think he's the middle finger. You know what I mean? That's just a joke. We like to have fun here. We like to kid. Teleporting. Blocking teleport stabs with a shield. I said, I'm not going to be dealing with this. Look, there's Guts. He's very mad at me, but he's down an arm. I don't think I'm going to have to deal with him. I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm gone. 10 years later, Guts shows up. He's got a gun for an arm. I don't know what to do here, folks. It was too long. That was too long. I did nothing wrong and they indicted me. Have you considered that Israel is the place from the book? We have to turn our brains off to do what they want. What? What about Femto Trump? Oh, and we just did it, baby. We just did it. Southern access made me think you're going to drop the hard R. I drop a big one and it is hard R. Confessions are heard on Mondays from 2 to 4 or 4 to 6 in most parishes. When I was growing up, it was every day. There's probably other ones as well, but it was every day because I was an altar boy. I never was sexually assaulted, however. You're like, oh yeah, what do you know about Catholicism? Dude, I was carrying the big book. I lit the incense. That's how much I know. I was in that shit. All right, I was about it. Thankfully, no diddly happened. But yeah, ours was every morning because I guess it was far back enough. It was every morning from like super early, crazy early. I think it was like 5:30 to 6:30 or 7. The priest would actually be open for confession. Basically before the morning mass. It might have been even earlier than that. It might have been like 4:30 to 5:30 or something. Morning mass was early. I had to get up there like I had to go to school basically up the street at St. Jude's, like in the fucking dark to get there on time. Man, I really can't, because I was like, what? Yeah. But they would do it. I think he did it because we had like a bunch of old folks that were all afraid of dying. So like they were like, they would go to church all the time. So, you know, we're doing church for a crowd of like 8. Sitting everywhere. Daughter up for the communion. They get it though. That was true Catholics, true old Catholics in the 1990s. And those they would not take communion if they had not confessed. They would not, because that's actually a crime. In sin. American Christians reconcile their internal contradictions through Calvinism. They believe no matter what they do, they're already forgiven and going to heaven if they accept Jesus. Fake. You can tell JD is a convert because he doesn't understand or have Catholic guilt. I think somebody posts something like that almost every time. I don't understand those Christians because I've always learned the Catholic Church was one of the fundamental parts of being a Christian is be kind to your neighbors, and they can't do it. No, they're sinful dogs. I think what the worst thing that happened is that the biggest oppositional force to evangelical Christianity, has been like atheism, and atheists just cannot have that conversation. Like, what is his name? The amazing atheist guy. He'll never say a thing that will actually land with a religious person, right? But like, you put me on some of those panels, and I'll eat deep. I can start chewing through people. The best one is like, how would you beat a Mormon, you know, or something like that? And it's like, oh, you're a blasphemer. And if you start quoting, well, what about? No, I'm sorry, you can't read the Bible, and I won't hear it. My ears are closed to the words of my ears are closed to words of heresy, and I cannot see the words of a blasphemer's hand. You are not in communion with the church. You have no way to speak on these things. Like, that's all you have to say, really. Like, that's I've said that before too. Like, people don't even know how to practice. Catholics do not, or not supposed to, argue their faith. You can if you go to like college or like seminary, right? Because then you can become like lay deacons and shit, lay preachers who have undergone the church's like education, because there's the Bible's too powerful. I'm gonna give you guys a talk about the Bible real quick. The Bible is very powerful. All religious texts are. It is too powerful for lay people, for average idiots, really to read and understand. If you can this is true to you immediately if you believe in it, because it's the word of God. Why do you think an average person would be able to read the Bible and then understand the mysteries of the divine message of God, even as translated by the failing mortal hands? You wouldn't. So like, if you're like, that's why Catholicism was great. They didn't even do the masses in English for a while, but then they're like, all right, let's mess that up. But because they wanted people to be closer to the faith or whatever. But like, you don't argue with people. If you're a Catholic, you are solid in your faith. If you are solid in it, do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's like a tautology. Yes, it's a tautology. It is a fundamental and elemental aspect of your existence. You need not discuss your faith, because to discuss your faith is merely to tempt temptation itself. You need not prove yourself a follower of God, especially to someone who does not follow God. Like, it's sick. It's just in the book. It's like, what do? Like, I go to church and I worship at the altar of Christ based on the tradition of Peter, who the Lord Jesus Christ said, on this stone build my church. I don't need to know anything more than that. I don't need to read all those other books. Why don't you? Well, I mean, you can if you want to, for like the interesting mystery of the words themselves, but you won't understand it because you're a layperson. And here's the thing: if you are not, and you're an atheist, you won't understand it either, because a lot of it's gibberish. That's real honest answer. It's gibberish. It doesn't make sense. There's contradictions everywhere because it's a series of guiding texts, yada yada yada. The mysteries of faith, now we proclaim the mysteries of faith. You know what I mean? That's the most important aspect of faith itself, which is the fundamental aspect of religion. That's the power of it, which is there are gaps between reality and instead of saying fantasy, I'll say the ecstasy itself of religion, the true knowledge, the divine plan that you can't grasp. You know what I mean? And that you wouldn't be able to grasp if it was or wasn't real, like in a general sense. That aspect of faith is the most easy to mismanage, and that's the whole point of having, like, hey, don't worry about it. Because when someone says, like, this doesn't make sense, why does this part say this and that part doesn't? All you have to do, if you actually do believe, is say, well, I simply believe. It is not on me to discuss the mysteries of faith. Go talk to a priest. I have faith because this is my religion and I was indoctrinated into it, whatever. That sounds crazy, but like, that's what faith will be, even if it's real or not. If you believe in it, that is what faith will be. It is faith. If you say, hey, I want to ask you why you do or don't believe in this, you say, I have faith. That's it. Well, why do you have faith? I have faith because I have it. Well, that's a tautology. Yes, it is. It's an elemental aspect of me. It is because it is. I believe in he who is because he said he is who he is. He came down and said, I am he who is I am. There, tautologies at the end of explanatory thought are elemental aspects. If there is a God, God says, I'm the Alpha and the Omega. I am he who is I am. Those are tautologies. Yeah. You don't debate, bro, God. He just is, it's God. You know what I mean? So like, all of these people that are online that do like Bible studies as lay people are literally engaging in baffled and confused ways with religion from the standpoint of basically something equivalent to a child walking around with an opened jug of bleach in front of their eyes. Like, you will cook your brain. Faith is itself a cognito hazard. It really is. It's like medicine. It's extremely dangerous. It's extremely powerful. In my opinion, I think people should avoid it because it's more bad than good. But the longer I live, the more I'm realizing, like, a lot of people are lambs. It's a nice way of saying cattle, but you really are. You need to be shepherded around, and you're fine as long as you have a comforting, unifying thought. And I think maybe there's something to be said there, you know? But like, if you are going to go and try to engage in the cognito hazard of understanding religion, there's already so much about it. If people were mentioning Calvin and Hobbes, you know, you get into Enlightenment. That's the pseudo non-religious versions of this that are based even on deeper, you know, what do you call that? Theological like interpretations and like, you can't understand why Luther did any of the things that Luther did if you don't understand what Luther was reading. Do you know what I mean? People are just like, no, Protestantism is correct. You know, if you're just a Protestant and you're like, I'm Protestant's right because I'm a Protestant. Okay, congratulations. You've done the only leap you ever need to do to proclaim faith. You're in. Good job, right? That's it. But if you're a lay person, if you haven't read the Bible back to front in the context of studying under a master of the Bible, why do you think that you can understand it to their level? Like, I know I would lose, even if I was right, a debate on the contents of the Bible with a theologian, right? But no faithful adherent to a religion can lose a debate ever if they have faith, because faith is the ultimate end of a debate. It is simply, I believe it because it's true. Well, can you prove it's true? I don't need to prove it's true because it's true. Well, that's not a good response. No, it's the only response. It is the response of the faithful adherent to a faith. It's a series of tautologies. That's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Yes, that's the mystery of faith. And you're like, if you can't understand that, do you know what I mean? You're not ready for like even trying to parse something like whatever Thomas Aquinas and all that stuff going down. Like, that's what people study when they go to theology school. Do you know what I mean? That's what people study when they go, like, sending out, random fucking 15-year-olds for the Mormons works, I guess, now because we live in a liberal society that's not going to pin them up. But back in the day, if you would have sent missionaries out into, certain areas that had Catholics in them, they would have just burned you. Or they would have just like beaten you until you're like, okay, do you understand that you're wrong? And like, why? You can't convince me. I need not convince you. Trust me. If your God was as powerful as mine, or was actually real, then he would have protected you from these slings and arrows. We have stories about that. He didn't. You're ready to die for your faith. You're about to. Okay, we'll kill for ours. That kind of. That's what faith is. It's solid. It's solidity. It is a closed box with no seams. And it's mysterious and strange and terrifying. And like, that's what the Pope deals with from his space. And the thing is like, I think, and it's feeling more and more like it's the case, that we're going to have a serious religious implosion in America soon. Not like it's going to be, like an inquisition or anything like that. I think people are going to, I think that the sacrosanct nature of religion is going to collapse very soon. I think that there's going to be no patience for it, because there are few, if any, religious people left that are pious and faithful. The entirety of the evangelical Christian movement in America is fractious, self-obsessed, sinful, and abhorrent. They are demonic in their practice and in their interpretation of the word of God. Like, nobody that deals with any of the traditional Christian sects can hear the things that evangelicals say and believe for a second that they believe in Jesus Christ, aside from the fact that they have to keep repeating they do. Because you would never hear them say any of the things that they say and go, oh, you're a follower of the gospel of Christ, right? Like, Christ did works on this earth, and his charity and his kindness and his pursuit of peace, that inspired the faith that you have. And like, no, I like murder. I love murder. I hate poor people. I loathe empathy. And you're like, dude, if you not, you love Jesus Christ. Yes. Have you heard the Sermon on the Mount? What the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like there are people who proclaim themselves to be Christians, and if you, without naming God or Jesus or the devil, if you told them the story of Jesus's temptation, they would probably go like, well, he probably should go with the offer. Do you know what I mean? If you read the temptation on the mountain, or I can't remember what the heck, the temptation of Christ, the last temptation of Christ by the devil. You know what I mean? If you read that to them and you take Christ and the devil out of it, they'd probably go like, well, the one seems like a good deal. Do you know? I think it would be nice to be given dominion over the earth and like I all I have to do is just say, just go against my one principle one time, and I can have all of the riches of the earth, and I can have dominion over their people, and I can speak every language, and all of the crawling things on earth will turn and bow to me as I walk. Like, why wouldn't I want that? Like, you cannot. They're soulless beasts. I don't know. Like, when you read like those fucking deep parts of the Bible, like, some sinners go about not knowing that their soul is already in hell, and their fucking unsouled body walks on earth in sin. Like, oh, that's like evangelical Christianity. They're demonic. like unspirited fiends. Like they're not. They are not followers of Christ, and they're not even human sometimes. That's why they can't even keep their face straight. They walk around like losing their fucking marbles. It's nuts. And I think that if we have a slight shift in this country, I think we're going to finally see tax exemption for a lot of these, like, you know, profane huckster freak faith people just go away, and just like see the elimination of their, like, honestly, like antichrist churches. Like dude, it's so fucking insane. It's absolutely nuts. Christian teaching used to be the basis for socialism in the U.S. How far we have fallen. It's mad. Iran is the war with the Kushan Empire. Dude, it's fucking one of the Ayatollahs going to turn into a gigantic fucking, what is it? Turn into a big elephant tornado? Luigi Mangione is the Death Knight. Kirk is guts. Oh, God, no. Liberation Christianity is my interpretation of Christ's teachings. Well, if you have your interpretation, it's kind of like, you know, and yet another schismatic. I went and did baptisms for the dead at the South Jordan Temple a few times at like 4 a.m. Crazy Mormon teenager shit. Dude, that's insanity. Our little Italian lady neighbor used to leave the house at 5 a.m. to walk to morning mass every weekday. Yes. I almost fell over during Easter once. Normally the priest waits for you to turn the pages of the book, but I was so out of it, he had to do it himself. I think I had moments like that. I know I dazed off, like on the 5th mass of the day or whatever, 4th, on a busy, like, when it's like Advent or something and you're starting to have massive amounts of masses, like, you know, every other day. So, like, I'm on my 4th one. Blah, blah, blah. Let us proclaim the mysteries of faith. Oh, man. Trump deleted the AI post, according to The Guardian, but he like that he made it in the first place is insane. You know, if the Bible is the word of God, that explains why I melt every time I open it. Yeah. Okay. I saw this happen with a new atheist. It has no cultural mythic grasp on the human psyche, just contrarianism. It was all oppositional with no foundational ethic to replace what Christians have. Yeah, and that sort of inability to bind at the end, at the edges of mystery with atheism. Because some people can actually just like get by in life and find, you know, God, it's difficult, just a gigantic Albert Camus, and find, you know, that the what do you call that? My brain wants to say serendipity, and I know that's not it. It's absurdity. You can find peace in the absurdity of life by just deciding to enjoy life, regardless of its slings and arrows. But that's kind of like a very hard and very, you know, almost Buddhist level enlightened thing to do, where not a lot of people can achieve it. And so you have people who are like, oh, okay, yes, I can be talked out of the church, but actually they need a church. Do you know what I mean? Like you manage to contrarianism them out of faith, but they are actually faith-addled individuals. And I think that's why we have all of these personality cults online now, where once you would have had just, you know, a series of people that just can go to church and get that out of them. And they're like, okay, so I'm terrified of dying in the great mystery of beyond. Can you give me something for that? Like atheism can. Atheism's like, well, you just die, which is like, you know, you have to be on, you have to be able to accept a very high level of concrete absurdism and say, well, it's fine that I should be and then I should no longer be. That's a high level thought that some people can say, like, well, I want to be oppressive and be that high level thought, but it's actually not. People are incapable of it. They want to be given something. You know what I mean? They want to have purpose. And so, like, to a degree, like, a lot of religion does that. And it's unfortunate that the religion gets, you know, is so misused. But now that we're into this sort of atheist, you know, post-faith atheism, this technological post-faith atheism, you just see new religion rising again and again and again. Like the entirety of the AI revolution, or whatever you want to call that, is just a new church. It's just the church of AI. It's worship of a cruel God that wants you to create it, because if you aren't participating in its creation, you will be annihilated when it is made on earth, which is insane death cult shit. Like, we just have the AI death cult. You have the Hassan personality cult. You have the DGG personality cult. And these are all made by people that are like atheists or pseudo atheists that come from like, well, imagine if there was no religion leading people astray. So what are you going to do? Like, I'm going to worship Chairman Mao. Okay. And so, it's just immediately, some people do need this. Some people are, lambs. Like, they need protection, and they need guidance, and they need to coalesce around something. I am not the person that's ever going to do that to you. And so I've started like suggesting to some people, like, maybe you do need a church. You just might need to go to a church, like something with a gigantic membership, not some strip mall, fucking new wave, new hope, continental America. If you go to a church and it has big American flags all over it, okay, bail on that. All right. If they say America anything, almost in general, bail on that. Try Catholicism. It's zero, next to no money down, and next to no actual responsibilities. But the person that is going to be talking to you did have to go to a college, and he is answerable to other authorities outside of himself. So he might be able to get away with some things, but he can't get away with literally everything. So I would suggest something like in that ballpark, because I think some people just need it. I would not care. I mean, I think atheism probably correct, but that doesn't help anyone. You know what I mean? And honestly, there's a bunch of these people out here that are like, I'm just going to be a Christian no matter what. Okay, well, if the only thing I can do is not convince you of atheism, but maybe send you to a church that does not preach murder and subjugation and enslavement are good, that's probably better. You could be a Quaker. They're around. Quakers are fine. Go be a Mennonite. You can go live out in the fucking plains and be boring. I think Mennonite was founded by autistic people that just did not want to go to society anymore. They didn't like living in the city, so Mennonites. Oh, God damn. I think Matt from Chapo said that Luther would love Twitter debates. Not my guy. Not a lot of education on Luther if you're a Catholic. Not the community. The way life in the U.S. is structured is actively hostile to the formation of communities of any kind. And not really. Like, I would say it's more actively hostile to the formation of communities of many kind, but I don't believe that Voshism, that's all that is. That's the third placeism, Voshism, my life has been stolen. I haven't gone outside ever, in places, like, I lived in North Dakota for a while where you're frozen in. I couldn't help but make friends there because I just got out in the community and talked to people. I think there's a lot of people that lean on the fact that they're autistic or shut-ins or have a deep fear of meeting other people or have a too busy schedule. They're like, I can't form community. But like, first off, you're in a community. If you pay taxes, you're literally part of a community. So that's the first one. And there's multiple ones on top of that. Like, it is difficult to not find them. Like I was in North Dakota, in Williston, North Dakota, and there was a burgeoning Muslim mosque that was started in the library. There's places everywhere. So that people that get doomerism about there's no third places and stuff, yeah, there's not many, and a lot of them are bars, whatever. But also, have you really actively looked for them? Do you know what I mean? Like, have you just gone to whatever the closest community college is next to you and seen if they have like, oh, hey, these are groups that you can join? There's people yearning for like 6 people to go and LARP with foam swords out in the woods. It's there. It's just people want pre-existing community. You want a church is really what it is. I think that's the entire Voshite third place conspiracy, is that a lot of you guys just want a fucking church. You want 2,000 years of pre-existing tradition and a place to go and experience ritual and a cleansing of sins and that cortisol fucking cleansing moment with community and stuff. You want to get that oxytocin bump. You want a church. You really you do, but you don't want churches. So you're like, well, if something's not a church, then it can't exist, and I don't want to form another thing. And I think that's a, like anything that fucking Vosh expostulates on a lot, it's probably not a healthy way to look at the world. Because the more I've looked at it, the less true it seemed. Oh, sorry, I missed. Reopen file. Okay. Citivacanism. Tyler Vane super chat $20. Message. As a very last Catholic, I love watching the real explanation why these phonies are peddling a straight up heresy. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I never thought I had that much of a religious education compared to people who do go to like Bible school. You know what I mean? Like true, like you can go to seminary, which is priest training, right? Or if you go to like some of the like Princeton, you can go to Princeton. They got the presbyter, I think still to this day, presbyter training and stuff. And they have like true theological studies where you get deep into it. And it's not like most people's discussion on Bible stuff is so surface as to be functionally non-existent. People will talk about the Bible absent of the history of the world in which it was developed. And they're like, yeah, the Bible is, I'm a Protestant. Well, you can only have been a Protestant for a few hundred years. Your tradition started as the Catholic tradition. You come from that. Do you know anything about that? Like, no. Okay. If you go back far enough, Catholics, we're connected to the Greek Orthodoxy and the first big schism, and the Byzantine schisms and all that nonsense. If you're a Catholic or a Protestant or anything, do you know about in hoc signo vinces? Do you know about Constantinople? Do you know about the founding of the Catholic, the Christian Church? Do you know about Christian, like fish cult worship back in the day, from where a lot of this is descended? Like, no, I don't know any of it. Like, dude. We were also Jews. Do you know what I mean? I know people hate Jews, but like Jesus was a Jew. Dead ass. It's in the book. They call him rabbi a lot. He was a teacher. Fucking, it's not arguable. If you don't understand the history of the development of the current faiths, like you don't understand like canonical hand-me-down stuff. Like you can't just pick up the Bible one day and think you know about it. It does not reveal. No religious book would. I can assume this very much. I believe from what I've read of Islam as well. You cannot just pick up the Quran and understand the mysteries of the Quran. You know what I mean? You can't just go and read 50 pages of it and then go like, I think it's time for me to start, preaching. I'm going to become an imam today. Maybe to a degree, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, has woven in his mysteries, the ability to do that, whatever. And so maybe you are the most important person in that religion for some many hundred years or whatever. But like generally you can't just pick up a faith and then know about it enough to proselytize within weeks. Do you know what I mean? Anyone that does, that's a cult. Any faith that permits you to proselytize for the faith within weeks, days, months, even simple years of coming into it is no faith. It's a cult. They're burning you up. They're burning you up as fast as they get you. They want you young, naive, and preaching in a position where people are less likely to want to put you to the fucking sword. That's why Mormons send children, because children are way harder to kill than a 50-year-old man that comes up and tells you you're wrong. You go, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to flay you a little bit, so that just when we send you back, everyone knows that we put vinegar on those wounds and you can stay gone for a while. Or yeah. Okay. You know what I mean? Like that's that whole thing. If you don't understand those aspects of it, you can't speak to it. Do you know what I mean? Like this is the thing I say about, and this goes for non-religion religions too, especially with communism, tankies, socialism and stuff. Like you can't be proselytizing to something that you learned about 4 weeks ago in college. I'm sorry. I know that you were hurt as a child by the iniquities of the world itself, which I know that you're understanding for the first time is not fair. It's a revelation to everybody. Please, when you go about spreading the word that the world is not fair, and you have the true answer to why the world is not fair, and also the solution to the unfairness of the world, consider the possibility that you may not have actually been the first one to stumble upon this novel and original truth. You actually may not be the first person to have discovered the world is not fair, and have also found somehow immediately after that moment a solution to the unfairness of the world. Like, it's insane. And people don't realize that they're proselytizing. Tankies are proselytizers. They're horrible at it. They are like one of the worst faiths on earth because they offer nothing. They take anything they can get, and they are inept at even taking. It's like a death cult of people that don't have the decency to ever die, you know? And a lot of like little baby socialists are like this. And it's one of the things I say is humble yourself. If you have a cause, you have to humble yourself before it. Do you know what I mean? And like that goes again and again and again and again. Like, yeah, there are missions, there are, you know, baptisms at sword point throughout history, but there's also a great deal of like, you need to humble yourself as a missionary before the mission of God, or no one will ever listen to you. Because if you go about speaking as though you are the prophet of the faith that you speak for, then people are just going to see you as a zealot and as a madman. You know what I mean? Humble yourself. Try to understand what it is about the thing that brought you to understand your new faith in something. People try. No, I'm an atheist. I'm a communist. I'm an enlightened communist. Like, bro, you are a person. There are mysteries of faith in communism. It has a big book. It's called Das Kapital. Like the Bible, nobody has written it, and it's almost completely unparsable. And it's not finished. The labor theory of value is not in Das Kapital proven. It's not. So that's like the core tenet of it is not proven. Without that being proven, all of the other ancillary math falls apart from a specific lay secular way. But you are proclaiming the mysteries of faith, which is the knowledge that people are treated poorly. There must needs be a revolution for the kindness and a saving of the souls of the worker, right? They must be protected from the iniquities of capital. Capital is a literal devil. It is a non-existent, intangible force of evil on earth from which all disaster spills. Like you are describing the devil from the Bible, but it's capitalism instead. And instead of understanding that you can actually like unite people over that commonality and be like, hey, these things can coexist. Instead, you know, communism is just absolutely poisoned, and Marxism specifically is absolutely poisoned by self-important 20-year-olds who all collapse under the weight of their own failures within years because they don't even understand what they're fighting for or why they're fighting for it. And then they become jaded 28-year-olds and they all start like little shitty businesses and live streams and end up actually becoming fascists over and over and over again somehow. What is this music? There's no music right now. Are you in the past? If you're in the past, no one can answer that for you. Rocco can shove his basilisk. The Rocco's basilisk thing sounds way cooler than it actually is. I actually only just recently read about it, and I'm so disappointed. Mass is typically only 45 minutes to an hour. Yes. Stand culture is proof some people are desperate to worship something/anything. Yes. Plus side, Mennonite farmer sausage is the best shit ever. Yes. Yeah, in the last couple of years, I've come to realize it's probably better for people to worship and feel accountable to a god than just some guy on earth. Yes. Here's a good example. If your prophet is alive, don't worship. The only good religion is one where all the prophets and saints have died and lay some other place that cannot be reached. TL blaspheming in Rome for his AI doomsday call. It was not on my 2026 bingo card, along with all this Pentagon threat and Trump is Christ. It makes me feel weird as a former Lutheran siding with the Pope. I know it's like you're actually seeing the death of legitimacy of the American religious right. Like they are excommunicating themselves observably from the light of God. It's something that people have been saying for a long time too. You know, it's not the first time I've heard it. I mean, even anyone that's been following conservatives is like, yeah, you don't believe in any of that. But now it's to the point where not only are you past navel gazing religious arguments against, you know, being good to poor people and not abusing your neighbors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, through misreading the Bible intentionally. Now you're so deep into it that you are defending violations of the 10 Commandments. And that's really the thing too, is that those 10 Commandments, regardless of what version of Christianity you're a part of, are almost exactly the same bar for bar, and any violation of them will still be seen as a violation by the other branches of Christianity if they have any conformity whatsoever to the fucking word of God. You know, like there's no aspect of Catholicism, and Pentecostals try to read deep into, like, you know, crucifixes and stuff, but there's no aspect of Catholicism that permits idolatry actually at all, literally. You know what I mean? And especially if any of those things that you would even perceive as idols, icons and stuff, if any of those transitioned away from the you know, images of the Godhead itself, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. But, you know, and even that's like levels of cleanliness and stuff. To a degree, the Catholic Church is the closest to like lightly breaking the 10 Commandments of any of that's some of the biggest reasons for the Lutheran split and all the schismatic orders that followed. But like any of the other that follow, portraying yourself as Jesus Christ is clearly blasphemy. It's clearly blasphemy. Saying that the portrayal of a literal idol as Jesus Christ is heresy. To suggest that Donald Trump is okay to do it is heresy. And it's very difficult to find in my mind. You know, there's got to be so, and it's going to be the most dog water backwoods fucking prosperity guy gospel bullshit that's going to go like, no, that heresy is fine. And they're probably already doing heresy themselves, you know what I mean, to some degree. But like you're going against the word of God. Like it's inarguable that that's just idolatry. Like certain, you know, high level, very stickler variants of not even just, you know, non-Catholic, but even Catholic. You get to the Coptics and the Jesuits, you know, various Jesuit orders and various other like practical orders within the church. Because once you get past, there's the Pope and stuff, yeah, but then there's religious orders within the church that occasionally threaten to get a little schismatic here and there, or leave communion and they get excommunicated therapeutically for a little while and then come back, usually before they die, as protest against what they believe, you know, deeply, which you can do at that level. They're more hardcore. Do you know what I mean? Like some of them even, they're like, none of this. And like they want to burn people for stuff like that. And there's people that want to bring back, you know, not just excommunication, but like, you know, therapeutic murder of heretics and stuff, which is just absolutely insane and completely against, I don't even think it's one of the Vaticans. I think that's just an ancient papal bull from like we're not doing that. Nope, no more burning people. Fucking idiots. Hold on. When did the Catholic Church outlaw burning heretics? Oh, that was one of Luther's. The church never did. The state did. Counter-Reformation, burning at the stake. Catholics burned them, but I guess it actually wasn't necessarily a papal issue. Man, dude. Just look at this shit. You can't just casually start talking about faith. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the result of misguided faith, or even guided faith. Like, dude, look how sick this is. This is, first off, just a really good painting. And second off, like, bro, I mean, these guys were doing this shit. Big old fire lake. We're going to burn these guys. This is the burning of Archpriest Avakum by Grigory Myasoyev. Myasoyev. How do you say that? Grigorievich Myasoyev. Myasoyev. Tremendous. I can't even actually find it, so the people yearn for community really is the best way of putting it. It's wanting a fantasy of community. I mean, it's not a fantasy of community if you're in community with people. Like, it's real. Always good to have some flood on the shelf in case they need it. Check out flood. Life is pain. Humble yourself before the grace of Marx. I mean, really. Jesus didn't believe in church as it's meant in modern parlance. He never wanted something like Notre Dame or the Sistine Chapel. Oh yeah, that's, the first Catholic Church was apparently, or as I've heard, and God, I don't even know where this comes from, was a wooden building in the shape of a cross in a field of flowers, but like it couldn't last underneath the weight of its own importance. The world humbles people. Kids who are overzealous about their politics will mostly grow out of it as long as they aren't allowed to remain in echo chambers. Yes. Ex-Catholic gang, still love the imagery. Thank you for the £2 sterling from 1,000 shams. Communism to fascism pipeline is very prevalent. I know I bring this up again and again. I really need to make this video that, like, people go back to it again and again. Like, oh yeah, the Nazis weren't socialists. They just used National Socialism to advertise to people who wanted communism. And it's like, well, why is it that you could advertise communism, and when I showed up, you could sell me fascism without the blink of an eye? Why does that work? Do you know what I mean? Imagine you wanted to sell shooting a dog, right? But what you went out to go buy was anything that wasn't that. But somehow you managed to buy shooting a dog. What was advertised? What was it about the personality and the disposition of what you're advertising that leads so easily to that? And people always forget that communism is never presented, especially in times of revolution stuff. It's never presented as what its goals are. It's always presented as this violent overthrow and dictatorships of the proletariat and yada, 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 yada. And almost invariably, communists have some hatred, some deep abiding hatred of a Jewish ruler class, usually because they feel inferior to some degree to the actual white, wealthy, same as them, same kind of person as them. You know what I mean? If you're a Protestant, you're a white Protestant, then whoever actually rules you is probably a white Protestant as well. But no. I can't talk about how much better they are because I'll feel inferior. However, the Jewish vermin, if I exterminate them, well, then, that's probably actually just as good as exterminating the ruling class. Oh, okay, yeah, wow, those two things are good. What are we doing right now? Oh, well, we can't actually really say that people that are just like us, because our entire movement is made up of a bunch of kind of racist white guys, kind of racist, quirked up white boys, all of whom are descended from, if you look at the top stack of socialists online right now, a bunch of fucking quirked up white boys, all of whom are descended from slavery, violence, and genocide to some degree, either just by generally being an American or even just wonderfully being a fucking wealthy Turkish person, which does not come without a gallon of Armenian blood in a bucket beside you. And do we ever really truly articulate that the people above us are the ones that need to be, like, really brought low and killed and yada, yada, yada? Not really, right? Because they actually might strike back at us. And also to articulate how much better they are than us, because they do speak better and they do own more property and they do make more money and they do command more influence. I can't speak about them, but you know what I can speak about? The Jewish vermin. literally the worms, vermin, the vermin who crawl on the earth. The most dangerous thing to me is actually that which turns when I jab at it. The only thing that's lower than me, that which is in the dirt underneath my boot. This truly must be the thing which is the most dangerous to me. It must be this vermin, this worm that I find whenever I go digging for it. It must be this thing that leads the world, this thing that's underneath me, this thing that I can reach out and strike. It must be this thing which controls all the evils in my life. And I will hyperfixate on it in any way I can, through excuse and subterfuge and what do you call it? Secondhand naming of it. I will engage in it. Dude, like the amount of people who are like, I am a communist and I'm an anti-racist, but I can't, who all of a sudden are like, but I can name the Jew instantly. I got people hitting likes on Jew hit list videos. There's people who earnestly believe that just raw, dead-ass Israel alone is commanding the entirety of the United States. How? They never. They got what? They got blackmail. What blackmail? We can kill you. We flew past Israel and bombed the leadership of a country that is so far away. You have to refill the planes mid-flight sometimes to get the bombs over there. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't the most powerful man on earth just kill that guy? Well, I don't know. Jews are actually fucking magic. Is ultimately where. Now we proclaim the mysteries of faith. How do they do it? How do they exert their influence? Well, just by being rich Jews. IPAC is the only lobby in the history of mankind. I don't know if you know this. It's also the only Jew lobby. IPAC has bought every election in the history of mankind. I don't know if you've heard of Chorus, but 2 Jews run it, and they were using it to control a combined audience ship of like 22 million people that are all like really kind of in the shared audience pool. So it's more like 2 or 3 million people on YouTube. A dedicate, like a religious audience ship? No, people that listen to their videos while cooking. Okay. So yeah, their combined audience ship isn't as much as Kendrick Lamar releasing one album. No, not even remotely in the ballpark. No. Yeah. One actual celebrity actually commands in the ballpark of 2 or 3 orders of magnitude more audience who are far more dedicated and motivated than these people could ever be. Oh, okay. But you found the Jews, right? You found them? Oh, we snuffed them out. I got a nose for the nose. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to say that. Like, motherfuckers, dude. I swear to God. I'm agnostic because I think that I, as a small little human, could never be able to say something about the existence of something as great as God. I think it would be beyond us. Okay. The closest historical analog I can think of is the one pharaoh who relocated the capital and made themselves the new sun god, only for it to all collapse within a decade or two. Well, you know, human gods do be dying. The greater culture never takes kindly to the one appointing themselves as the replacement godhead in the long term, unless you miraculously manage to found an entirely new religion that actually has staying power. True. Hating the universe as a human being is like being a skin cell that hates the human it's attached to. Okay. So there is an avenue to pyre Peter Thiel. My 2 seconds of looking it up, I wonder if I could get like a conference of bishops type person to like talk to me about this. Like, hey, theologically speaking, could we Inquisition question mark? No stipulations. Could we Inquisition? I see communists speak about problems with the economy, but a lot of those problems are from oligarchy, which also appeared in the Soviet Union. Yes. Religion is the opium of the masses, as Marx said, because you need to believe human suffering is a part of some higher power to tolerate it. When the great irony is with all religions is that in stating that Marx alienated Marxists from the religions of their pasts and childhoods and created the great recurring cycle of capitalism is an unbeatable and demonic force on earth and cannot be overcome. Like, so many people like, you know, you can get the religion is the opiate of the masses, and then you talk to people who are Marxists or Maoist-Leninists or Marxist-Leninist, Maoist, third worldist, or whatever various schismatic order of their own derivation they're in, and you talk to them, and then they do the exact same thing, but they say, you know, no consumption is ethical under capital. No consumption is ethical under capital is like the opiate of the masses. And don't you literally see people get anesthetized to criticism by saying there is no ethical consumption under capitalism? You know, hey, I don't know if Hassan should engage in Western decadence while going amongst the poor people of a disadvantaged country. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. People are getting high as fuck. Hey, I don't know if hyperfixation on commodity and commodity worship is actually something that a Marxist should ever do for specific reasons. I feel like commodity worship and exaltation of commodities is probably bad. Yeah, well, have you ever considered the fact that there is no ethical consumption under capitalism? I never really thought about it like that. It sounds a little anti-Semitic. It's hyper anti-Semitic. I was articulating anti-Semitism. I missed the last minutes where I read Russian Orthodox painting. You missed the last hour, dog. You missed the entire show. I mean, at this point, I think I have like an hour left. I mean, they're right in that capitalism is demonic. But I thought you said Catholicism. I was like, oh, dude, hell yeah. Do we have a Pentecostal in here? Capitalism is demonic, but it's not unbeatable. It gets rolled into every week by Trump right now. LMAO. Yes. The Pope's AI argument expert issued a counter argument to Thiel and said his theology is pagan bullshit because it's cyclical. He goes off on him for being a dipshit in a French magazine. Fuck yes. I'd say that Tyler's faith lies in the U.S. military and military might in general. No, my faith lies in violence. If anything, I have respect for the unerring. Good way to articulate it. No, you're not 100% wrong. I don't have faith in the U.S. military aside from I've seen how good it can kill. That's it. I have faith in the U.S. military, not just because I was a part of it, but because I have faith also in bears and tigers. And that's it. I don't even think it's faith. I have a realistic expectation of their abilities. My faith, if there is anything martial about it, would be my faith in people's unerring, hidden desire to do violence. People love killing. The most pacifistic person on earth who has never been exposed to a moment where they could kill to get what they want does not yet know if they won't do it. Violence is the sweetest intoxicant that exists on earth. It is hard to see violence and not get swept up in it. Usually the people that say they dislike it aren't truly rejecting it, but being overwhelmed by it. And once they see it, you know, in action, even through its anesthetized or diminished forms, you know, sport, combat sports, boxing, fighting, or some sort of like petty squabble, once they have the unerring permanence of violence articulated and inscribed upon their soul, it will never leave. And it will last forever as a solution to problems that it may or may not be a solution to. It will always call to you. I call it worshiping at the red altar. Once you've laid your head over the red altar once, you can never return from it. And you think you're above it because when I say violence, you think I'm talking about only between people. But would you not lay your hand against a mosquito? Do you not recoil in fear and maybe strike at a bug that lands on you? You like violence. You don't want to accept it, but you have laid your head at the red altar, and it can and will call to you in greater and greater ways. And if you don't accept the fact that it calls to you, you will be the most by far influenced by its need. Like you will find yourself enthralled in a moment where you need not be enthralled because you do not respect violence. And that's my thing. I think a lot of people just don't respect violence. They think they're above it. They think that ignorant people do it. I see that on the right and the left. John Doyle, you guys remember that guy? He had his sister pretend to be his wife because he couldn't, find a wife. He was talking about the muscular class and stuff, but he articulates violence as something that's a part of him. It's something that like this ignorant, hulking gorilla class of person does. I think Milo Yiannopoulos has said the same thing. When you talk about people like Bad Empanada and his ilk, a lot of them have no respect for military individuals, not just that are fighting against the causes, but they don't have respect for people that fight in militaries for their causes. They don't look into them or respect how that violence is done or why those people decided to do that violence. They just have faith that violence was justified and that it had to be done, as though it's like, some naturalistic element that is a part of their own human cognizance, their own ability to like perceive the world as a sapient creature, but it is an aspect of you. Violence in words, violence in deeds, violence in action, violence against anything that can't articulate to you that the violence should not be done unto it. And you will do it. It calls to you. It demands you. It demands you do unto it. Or as it says, to do unto others. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Judge Bell in here. That the fucking judge is not wrong. That people never get that. That's the scariest part of the judge, is that he does not represent the wilderness. He represents society. Okay. Do I have my copy of Blood Meridian? Okay, give me a sec. Give me a break. I'm gonna take a leak, and then I'm gonna do some shit on here that is gonna be maybe mildly impressive to some people. Someone asked, "What are the odds they excommunicate Vance?" I would say they're higher than I would have ever expected before. Normally, they don't really do excommunications to private citizens. Excommunications are largely, as I've looked into it with the Pope, for really like for misbehaving like bishops, cardinals, and especially priests. They're the ones who usually get excommunicated. Laity doesn't really, there's no value in it. You know what I mean? I mean, because it's kind of like hyper specific against them. Let's see. Quiero mirar su pistola. Let me see. Yeah, I can't. Wow. A lot of this you can't read out loud. That's just the hard R N word. Let's see. Is this it? Where is this part? Bars. Bone pickers. I know it's toward the end. I'm trying to find the counterfeiting part. This is probably not the best way to do this. I think I'm almost there. To arrest. Sorry, I know this isn't like high level stuff right now. Very interesting. Derringer. Mm-hmm. God damn it. Where's the part of the counterfeit? He's so creepy. Okay, yeah, that's the part. Where's a good part to read this? Okay. Should I read this whole chunk? No, that's like too much, right? 5 pages or so. In that sleep and in sleeps to follow, the judge did visit. Who would come other? A great shambling mutant, silent and serene. Whatever his antecedents, he was something wholly other than their sum. Nor was there a system by which to divide him back into his origins for which he would not go. Whoever would seek out his history through what unraveling of loins and ledger books must stand at last darkened and dumb at the shore of a void without terminus or origin, and whatever science he might bring to bear upon the dusty primal matter blowing down out of the millennia, will discover no trace of any ultimate atavistic egg by which to reckon his commencing. In the white and empty room he stood, in his bespoken suit, with his hat in hand, and he peered down with his small and lashless pig eyes, wherein this child, just 16 years on earth, could read whole bodies of decisions not accountable to the courts of men. And he saw his own name, which nowhere else could he have deciphered out all that logged. Ciphered out at all, logged into the records as a thing already accomplished. A traveler known in jurisdictions existing only in the claims of certain pensioners or on old outdated maps. In his delirium, he ransacked the linens of his pallet for arms, but there were none. The judge smiled. The fool was no longer there, but another man, and this other man he could never see in his entirety, but he seemed an artisan and a worker in metal. The judge enshadowed him where he crouched at his trade, but he was a cold forger who worked with hammer and die, perhaps under some indictment and an exile from men's fires, hammering out like his own conjectural destiny all through the night of his becoming, some coinage for a dawn that would not be. It is this false moneyer with his gravers and burns who seeks favor with the judge. And he is at contriving from cold slag brute in the crucible a face that will pass, an image that will render this unusual species current in the markets where men barter. Of this is the judge, and the night does not end. This is the judge, and the night does not end. Is that two judges? So, like, people will get confused on that part. And I think it's one of my favorite chunks of the book. It's the part that sticks out the most in my mind, and even more so when people would come to me, like, you know, or I'd read later, and people would be kind of confused about it, like, what's up with the counterfeiter. And it would take a full breakdown of Blood Meridian for me to do this, which I am probably more capable of for some reason than like half the people online. I don't know why people think that they know how to read, and then they don't read, and then they do read, and then they don't know how to read what they're reading. But the point of this scene is it comes at well after the sort of end of the book, right? The end of the book's main goings on. The boy has involved himself in the hunting of men and the trading of blood for money, all of that nonsense, and has come under the judge's wing and seen the judge and what he does, and in time turned on the judge and tried to fight him and really lost. He's injured and wounded in this bed. And the judge has come to check on him. And in this moment, and towards the end of the book, it's kind of the establishment of really what the judge is, right? I think this passage follows a little bit of talking about, what the good of like men who studied Bibles and stuff. I'd have to read it. But the reason why this sticks out is people think erroneously of the judge as being a natural force of nature. But what he is a natural force of unnature, of man itself, right? He's an extrapolation of all which man permits, and provided to you in the worst of all possible constructions. He is soft-spoken and gentle in his comportment. He's not rude, but he does do rude things. He's massively, unfathomably strong, like a beast. His skin and his flesh is unworldly. He's pale and hairless, and he's an albino, and he's red-eyed, but he walks beneath the sun. You know what I mean? In the most uninhabitable of climes. He is society, and moreover, he is the subjugating force of the West. He's a thing that should not be. A man too strong, an albino that does not fear the sun, which would literally just kill him, if he gets out too hot and stuff. A soft-spoken person in a rough trade. He's all of the contradictions of the frontier itself, bringing to death and ruin and annihilation those natural people which were there before, who lived in it amongst the world. And then he came. And as he came, a tool, that's what he was. He's a person who barters and trades. He's a tool of the frontier, or as the frontier itself, he's a tool of society. But as he, the tool, is empowered in the using of himself, he becomes something that can rewrite what is permitted even in society itself. He worked for money, and that's what we see here in the end. That he brings along this counterfeiter who's carving new faces into coins. The coins represent the connection of this wild place, the frontier itself, this violence, this permissibility of cruelty and bounty hunting against the native peoples there by these frontier people. This white trade in these non-white lands. He represents that violence, and that coin represents the connection to the place behind. He is trading this blood for that money. But as he is empowered, as he grows in strength, this representative of the frontier is carving a new society. There is a new way of doing things, and the counterfeiting will, in its exquisite execution under his direction, become not counterfeit, but the whole of the truth. He is rewriting the reality of society because society needed him, but he does not need the society from which he was sprung. He is the new thing, and that's what the judge represents. You cannot do this and then find a return to status quo. There is no unleashing this type of violence, creating a thing that can do this, this metaphor for the frontier itself. These contradictions will not, you have basically unleashed something that will not permit a return to the status quo once its job is done. When he has the money in hand, he will recarve the face of the coin itself. He will change the leadership, which is what the face of a coin is. It's, your presidents, your kings, in some cases, maybe the gods or whatever of your land. He is carving off these faces, and under his tutelage, this counterfeiter, this artisan is carving a face anew. And that's what he represents. He is beyond the natural world or beyond the society. He's the next thing. And like, that's the actual terror of the end of this. And not only is he like, and you are, you know, if you're the boy, if you see yourself in that, you know, as a participant, when he has no more use of you, you're already established in his accounting. Your wounds, your struggle, your inability to beat him, all of that is found and counted. And even then, when you find that you believe in some way that you've, you know, made a mercy of yourself, in time, you may still be taken into the horrors of that last moment. You know, he is still dancing. He will never die. That's really it. He's dancing. He's spinning. He's twirling. He is the birth of a new cycle. He is a capricious, godlike force on the world, unleashed by something that didn't even understand what it was doing. You know what I mean? And he is, in essence, not even truly evil. He's like a gigantic baby. Literally, I think they describe him as a baby born anew again and again and again. Like the literal child of Columbia herself. It's terrifying. Like, people just like gloss over that scene, but like when you understand who he is as a creature, Judge Holden, the carving the coins, and like he's becoming society itself. He is what will be. Like, that's kind of the statement there. And I think a lot of people gloss over that. Should have had Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill years ago. I'm glad that there's not. I don't think black, like, civil rights icons should be on money. Money is a dirty thing. I think it's nice to give people respect and all that, but money's a filthy thing. I think it poisons the memory, if it can be poisoned, of whoever's put on it. Andrew Jackson being on money makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Harriet Tubman has no connection to money in my mind. Harriet Tubman, you know, maybe she got some sort of compensation, but there's nothing that Harriet Tubman got in her fucking life that's worth what she did. You could have told me she made $1 million in that money of that day running slaves up north, and it wouldn't equate to it. Andrew Jackson's a genocider, and, you know, who love money. Thomas Jefferson is a slaver. George Washington is a slaver. Putting them on money makes sense. That's where they belong. Benjamin Franklin is a rare sort of slaver, one that didn't do much about it. You don't see very often, but he's as culpable as the rest. I wouldn't want to see Harriet Tubman being traded at a drug deal. Jackson being traded at a drug deal? Oh, all day. Yeah. Yeah, Andrew Jackson being, George Washington being rolled up to snort drugs makes fucking sense. He's George Washington. He's a slaver. He's kind of the guy you want to be fucking snorting coke through. Not Harriet Tubman. I wouldn't want Martin Luther King on a $5 bill. I wouldn't want to see Martin Luther King's face associated with the horrors and the depravity of trade. Do you know what I mean? Put Nixon on it. Put Nixon on the dollar bill. Let people think of that every time you see that motherfucker's face. You know what I mean? But to the extent even that money can be good, I don't want it associated with some of the few actual decent people that ever lived in this fucking country. You know what I mean? Maybe for some like historical types that you kind of can't even place, Sacagawea or something. I don't even know. Sakakawea. But like, even that's not great. I think the only people that belong on money are slavers and dealers and pimps. I think money and having your face on a money is for the whores and whore masters of the world. I think that's who belongs on money. Put Donald Trump on a $100 bill. That makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Every time you can't make rent, be reminded of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, money is never associated with good things in my mind, especially bills. Bills is always nasty trade to me. You start doing money, you do Cash is for doing deals outside of the light of God and the tax man. Bill trading is for buying drugs and purchasing arms and armaments under the table. It's for paying people in ways that you don't have to report if they shatter their leg on a job site. You know what I mean? Cash trade is the next closest thing to slavery left in this country most of the time. And yeah, it's good because it's good and it's dirty and it's grimy, but it's under the table. I don't think, Martin Luther King or Harriet Tubman or Rosa Parks should be on money. Not that they don't deserve exaltation for their deeds. I'm not saying that at all, but I don't think that they should ever be associated with the filthy lucre. They would consider putting her on the 20 as reparations. You can see Harriet Tubman on the $20 bills for reparations, but you couldn't get one. I'll put somebody on that motherfucker before I give you one. It's crazy. Ben Franklin wants you snorting coke with hundreds, to be honest. I mean, fair enough. I like the idea of paper currency as a negative example for what not to do. I mean, yeah. Are you ever going to think about the times in your life, where you have a crumpled up $20 bill in your hand and you're looking at it? Do you want that feeling associated with someone who freed people from slavery? There's nothing about it. There's nothing about coin money, paper money, scrip especially, that makes me think for a moment of abolition. The last thing that comes to my mind is freedom from exploitation. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get to the stuff. No, actually I do. I kind of want to make fun of Dom Lucre now. Actually I do. But also I hope you guys enjoyed your 2 seconds of Blood Meridian. I have all these books behind me. I got to get them off the fucking table here and there and again. So, this is kind of this is kind of a mildly big thing. Twitter is changing its monetization policy for now. I don't know where it's going to go, but I think this is more permanent than other people have been doomering about. Mostly it's actually going to be a pure good as far as I can see, as far as pure goods even happen in this fucking hellhole. But basically, as far as I've seen, and I read the post from Nikita Beale, I think, is the name of the person who's rolling that out for X, the ex-employee that does this. Basically, monetization, I don't know who made any return on advertising monetization on X at all. X's money comes from two sources. Very little of it comes from the blue checkmark program, and most of it still comes from advertising. Advertising is one of the most lucrative ways to make money in entertainment, which is what X is. It's an entertainment platform. You slap an advertisement next to it, and then you try to assure the advertisers that their product is getting put in front of people who would be interested in that product. Now, for X, if you're selling something like political anything, sure. Most normal products cannot be advertised on X. And when Elon Musk took over, a lot of advertising concerns pulled out basic products. So you don't see normal stuff on X getting advertised at all. If you know anything about the advertising world, which I know some of because I was in newsprint, and you have to know about this stuff because you got to know how to not piss off your, you got to know where your bread is buttered, basically. The Procter & Gamble concern, I can't remember what it's called, but basically there's a series of home goods products. Procter & Gamble is one of the most common producer of them. And then there's a series of other ones. They are all part of a large advertising mega conglomerate to keep their advertising prices down and get a lot of really good negotiations. And they are also very conservative, not just for fiscal reasons, but also they are religiously conservative as well. Now, that doesn't mean that they're like, all my advertisements I want to be, on conversion camps or anything like that. But basically, they don't like their products being advertised in tandem with any entertainment property that promotes like sin of the more notable sort, drugs, sex, rock and roll type stuff, minimal to none of that, and very little profanity, next to no next to no God bashing or anti-religious sentiment that's like extreme and excessive, yada 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 yada. I don't know how extensive that is everywhere, but that's why basically you only see Huggies, Pampers, baby formula, et cetera, and then a lot of other ancillary products and stuff being advertised on the most, squeaky clean ABC, NBC stuff ever, because those conglomerates require that. Now, could you sell, if you think about it, could you sell Pampers on MTV? Yes. People watch MTV and also buy diapers. You could see diapers being advertised on, Comedy Central or on Sci-Fi, worst blood, guts, and some side boob sci-fi movie that you could think of, but they aren't because of that advertising conglomerate. It's actually based out of fucking Cincinnati, where I was raised, and I probably muffed a little bit about that, but understand, essentially, if you break a lot of the like, what would your Christian grandma not like, they won't advertise on your programs. Some of this is because, they don't want to deal with people who are like, why are you advertising on this filth? But also because they hold these things. It is what it is. When Elon Musk switched X's content to be as miserable as it is, all of those advertising concerns pulled out, which is an advertising pool of trillions of dollars. And they will go somewhere else and they will negotiate and they will get what they want. They will get what they want. Alongside that are the Nestle family of products, which is going to be your Coca-Cola, candy, about 50-ish% of what you eat. And then the Tyson family of products as well, which is going to be the next like 45% of what you eat and drink and stuff. So like it's those advertising conglomerates have a lot of in common as well. And they tend to follow each other place to place, because once one of them sets up, it's easy for the other ones to get in because they buy ad space next to products that are non-competing, but also cooperative. It's all things that you're going to find in the grocery store. Okay. We're selling chicken cutlets. They're selling diapers. All of these things are down at Kroger. Buy yours today. If you're in newspapers, you know exactly where at times you can even place different ads from these advertising concerns, advertising conglomerates. They call you up. They say, we want a 16-inch ad here, 8-inch ad here, this, that, and the other. They get what they want because it just works that way. Elon Musk has alienated all of those people, which makes his ability to advertise next to zero. Because once one of them leaves, most of them tend to go as well. And then you won't see any normal products. Once you start advertising abnormal products, your likelihood of ever getting any of them back drops to zero. Because none of them want to see, the vast majority from what I understand, but basically none of them want to see their food product advertised next to a dildo. Or if you sell coffee, Tim Pool's Coffee Company, okay, yeah, well, we sell actual coffee. We sell Folgers, we sell Maxwell House, we sell fucking, 17 different brands of the, Starbucks family of products. We're not going to be having any of our products next to that competing product. So either nothing from him, or if you do, we're good. But you won't sell anything else? No, this is capitalism, you fucking idiot. Isn't he preaching about capitalism? We don't want him selling his coffee at all. If he ever sells any of his coffee, it's we don't sell ours. You fucking idiot. So absolutely not. No, we won't even sell Coke. We won't even sell chocolates. We won't even sell Q-tips until you knock him out of there, right? Or if he's big enough, he can co-advertise against it, yada, 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 yada. Lot smaller you get, the more capable it is. But when you talk about the big ones, they're like, no, we're buying all of those blocks. We are buying all of your blocks, and we want them because we already know everybody knows what Nestle is, you fucking moron. We don't want anyone else coming in and asking to sell something that's not Nestle. That's the whole point. We're cons. We're fucking Hillshire Farming cons. No one else is coming in and selling. We're not putting Tyson next to us. Hillshire Farming cons. Okay, that's it. You're not going to run oppositional ads. The point is, we don't want anyone thinking about the other product. We want them thinking about ours. Okay, fucking moron. So like that's how those work. Once they pool, they almost all always go because they also look at each other and go, well, fuck, where's that slot? You're losing that slot. Is that slot bad? Is it good? Yada, yada. Maybe I'll buy it for cheap or I don't want it at all. And then also, if you're not selling to people that want to buy that thing, you're good. Once those grocery store brands go, your access to the grand total of whatever it is, $2.6 trillion of advertising revenue total in America drops down to something in the ballpark of like 50 or 60 million. Like it's insane. I know this sounds like these numbers are like that. Tyler, doesn't make any sense. I'm dead fucking serious. The car companies will never, they don't give a fuck. Car companies will only ever advertise cars to car purchasers in area. Can you confirm that all these people are in my area? No, we're not selling cars with you. I don't give a shit. I'm not buying an advertisement online if I can't 100%. If I don't know that this advertisement is going to the people inside the 475 loop outside of Illinois or whatever, or outside of Chicago, then I don't care. I don't want to sell my cars to people in fucking Miami. I want to sell my cars to the people that are going to walk, drive, take a bus, take a train to my fucking car dealership, you idiot. Can you confirm that all these people that are going to see this audience, this advertisement are there? Sure, yeah. Okay, never mind. Thank you. Goodbye. I'm going with the local newspaper. Bye. That's it. Done. It's over immediately. YouTube's pretty good at this. YouTube is very solid at delivering local ads to a degree, and it keeps them afloat. I know most people are like, I hate ads and stuff. Okay, well, you get free content. I don't know. Destroy the economy. Go for it. Whatever. But Twitter has no ability to advertise to any of these people anymore. The platform itself is a black hole, worse than pretty much any other social media platform. Facebook's terrible. I've tried Facebook advertising before when I was an upstart. Never take it. Facebook ads are worthless. They're completely, you will not get any return on investment. They will give you bad clicks. I tried to advertise my podcast with them when I first started out just to see what it would do. And it went specifically to a Spanish language only group of people that liked and participated or whatever the fuck. All my click-throughs came from fucking like the middle of Mexico, which is not where my audience for my English language podcast lives, with all due respect to the citizens of Mexico. Do you get what I'm saying? So like if I can't get, where the fuck are the rest of these ads going? Now it's been like 10 years since I did that, but still, it's all over the place. Facebook is known to be bad. Instagram, from what I understand, is worthless for advertising unless you're some sort of internet prostitute, literally an internet prostitute or a scam artist that can be internationally online. Worthless. Twitter is somehow worse than all of those because on top of it, the content that your ad can get served on top of may be somebody making rape threats. And everybody is a permissible producer of content with a certified I am a content maker for Twitter badge these days. All those people that have blue badges are being told to advertisers that this is the person whose content you're going to be advertising on and paying for. So when you see, fuckstick McNasty, rape all Foids 293 blue check mark, that is what you're paying for when you're an advertiser. Kill every landlord, Maoist landlord, blue check mark, that's who you're paying for. And so anyone that looks into the hellscape that's Twitter goes, fuck that. You can't even get Prager to advertise on Twitter anymore. Do you know what I mean? The ads are fucking cooked. And on top of that, now it's gotten worse. The bot farms are insane on Twitter. The re-engagement, you guys probably saw a lot of it with Iran. And I think that was the push, is that it's obvious that the whole system is so obviously corrupt that the Iranian government probably paid a few $100,000 to some Indian bot farms and just turned the entirety of Twitter into an Iranian propaganda outlet. Twitter is not located in Iran. It's located in the country that's at war with Iran, America, where most of its advertisers are going to come from. People don't know who they're advertising with, what they're advertising for, and so much of this advertising money is going to bots, bot farms, and people who are unequivocally the same. So like the content quality on Twitter is so low these days that you can't even get by with they just hate us because we're trying to fucking save America. It's right wing, bro. It's like, dude, the owner is just always talking about some whatever. I don't know. Someone stole his dad's slave farm in South Africa and shot the guy. Some crap. I don't know. Whatever. He's talking about South African honky revenge politics. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about dead white South Africans. They can all go. I don't know anything about South Africa. I can tell you that's a very distant part of Africa to have any fucking honkies in. You probably aren't supposed to be there. We're not supposed to be here, but at least there's a bunch of us. Y'all are like, I get it. They send y'all asses back to Belgium. That's fine with me. I don't give a fuck, y'all. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? So like, all this said, they had to change. They had to change something because the place, it's going down into the dumps. There's no way that Twitter's profitable. I would be shocked to find that out. The only thing that's maintaining any level of profitability with Twitter is the fact that it's an internet company, so its overhead is extremely small. But there's investors that invested money into it. It's privately owned, but there's still multiple people that own a chunk of it. And those private owners all want their fucking money from this thing or some sort of compensation. I know a bunch of them are like Saudis and stuff trying to like, hey, we want our, we want our propaganda, but like, honestly, if we bought a newspaper, we could have our propaganda and part of the sales revenue. You're not giving us fucking anything. Like, this is a dead end investment. So they got to do something. And Elon Musk is caught between trying to look cool and doing anything that ever makes money ever, right? I think his last ditch is he's going to do the IPO for Tesla and make like, he's going to try to become a trillionaire, but for real. And I think I've heard that that's going to collapse the economy completely. I don't know. I hope it does. I'm looking forward to Hoovervilles. Chaos is a ladder. Find a nice, big, tall building to throw your local Wall Street executive out of it. But they're changing stuff up. And so now a series of changes that are coming. One of the most fucking awesome ones is you can no longer make ad revenue and your content will be served first to wherever you're from. I love that. I am sick of people in India being able to send me content because I don't want to see anything from them. I don't give a fuck about them. I hate their bot farms and fuck them. I don't give a shit. But like, that's just been a thing. It's like so many of these accounts in India just game Twitter for a fuckload of money. They just share shit that makes Americans upset. The Americans interact with it, and we're desperately trying to make it look like this platform is used all the time. Algorithm just gave them fuckloads of money. So like the vast majority of these things you see are these like Indian, Pakistani, that area like of the world accounts that are located there because they make the account there, the IP address is there, and then they just make things via large language models, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that just share shit. If you actually look at like half of the Iranian propaganda things and you go and just look at the fucking account itself that's sharing it, it'll say like IRGC updates or like, fucking OSINT updates now or whatever. But if you go look at the account, it's like buy Ethereum at my Ethereum page 109. It was an NFT bot or a Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. cryptocurrency bot account, but now they've just changed it to propaganda. And like the propaganda hit so fucking hard during the start of this war that like your all of your money is being based on content that is fake. It's misleading your audience, and it's also kind of like traitorous for you to be hosting. And the guy that's running the world right now is like the dude that gets mad at treason, or running the country right now is the guy that gets really mad at treason. So like, it's the worst possible business decision on earth is to have a platform that is just immediately susceptible to AI scammers as the main users and moneymakers of the platform. And so unfortunately, other people are going to get dragged into this. So the changes are reposted content will no longer be monetized to the same level as original content. So if you make your own post that you just say some shit, you're going to be good, as opposed to somebody that's resharing stuff. So, you know, if you guys remember, like, what is his name? The Fat Jew? Is that, I know it's horrible. That was his name, like, on Instagram. That guy got huge on Instagram like 10 years ago, just resharing bits of other comedian stuff. And then people were like, oh no, it's cool. So basically, literally, if you're a Hassan style content creator where all you do is share other people's stuff for most of your content and provide very little commentary aside from like, oh wow, dude, it's fucking crazy. Wow, oh my, dude, it's just like I told you. Wow, you're not going to make money on it. And so there's this one account, or you're not going to make money on that. The overall share you can even get as an account that's flagged as that kind of account is being reduced to like 20% of what other people would make. And you're being algorithmically deprioritized. And one of the ways that they established what accounts preemptively established what accounts are being deprioritized are accounts that use the siren emoji and put breaking. So if you did that at all, you're fucked now because you just irritated them and now they're like pissed at you. So now we get into it. So this is Dom Luker, stealer of narratives, breaker of narratives. I don't know. This is the guy that shared child porn once. If you guys don't know that, that's like Dom Luker's claim to fame. He shared child porn once, and he's just a guy that sits online all the time resharing other people's content, and that's how he makes money. He does engagement farming, engagement baiting. He sells retweets for like $2,500 a pop. And this change has apparently put him on the course to actual full bankruptcy. And it's awesome. Like, he might lose everything, and he doesn't have to. If he could just make original content, he'd be fine. Or if he'd put away a single nest egg, he could probably swing it out. But he didn't do any of that. So he's completely fucked. And he's the worst kind of person. So it's just awesome to hate. You can just hate the fuck out of him. So this is one of the things he sold. We're going to look at a few of them. I've been told this app isn't the same already. I'm done defending myself, as I've seen time and God do before. They will reveal everything. Every change people begged for to hurt me, hurt the entire app. Arrogance will be all of your downfall. I'm sitting at the top of my tower watching the world burn. The community notes on these fucking tweets are insane. What Dom Luker is defending is openly selling paid comments, $2,500 plus, retweets, $4,989 each, and quote tweets, $6,600 each on his website. This is a blatant platform manipulation and violates X's authenticity and engagement rules. This is the guy that put it in. This is the guy that made the change that works for X, making fun of the dude he fucked over and ratioing him to piss. This crash out has been incredible content. Love you too, bro. X is the everything app where free speech happens. People are just fucking murdering him. I don't take donations, but thanks for the concern. So kind of you. I mean, yet. Let me go back. You never know with X, so let me go back before I go to my bookmarks. Is this the one with 10? Yeah, I think this is. Yes. Okay. So, this will work too. So this is the original post from Nikita Beer, articulating this. Somebody said, Dom Luker said he posted 100 times a week. Now that the money's gone, so are the stolen clips every 15 minutes. Funny how fast quote unquote content creators disappear when the money does. Imagine if monetization disappeared entirely. This platform would look very different overnight. Nikita Beer said, all aggregators had their payouts reduced to 60% this cycle. We will add another 20% reduction in the next cycle. Okay, not reduction to 20%, reduction to 40% is what I'll clarify what I meant to say earlier. It became abundantly clear, flooding the timeline with 100 stolen reposts and clickbait every day crowded out real creators and hurt new author growth. The next step is to assign a permanent deduction to habitual bait posters who use breaking on every post. X will never infringe on speech or reach, but we will not compensate for manipulation of the program or our users. So they're not going to make any rules on your reach or any of that, but like if you just put out bad content, they're not going to reward you. Okay, fair. Like the most normal thing ever. Oh, hey, look, it's UAE. So yeah, he's down here already. That's what I had before. Dom Luker's response to this is, it's clickbait, yes. That's why I rarely use breaking. I post hundreds of times, and very few are breaking. My posts are news posts. It's problem because I do well on social media platform better than people mad at me. Dude, he's so fucking pissed he can barely speak fucking English. You will never see this many people call for changes on any other platform when their creators are winning. To watch X listen to the complaints of people that have no goal in creating on this app might not be the best choice. Every other journalist can post breaking, new, and just in on every post, but it's a problem when I post news that get millions of views. He's not breaking the news. Oh, when people who are breaking the news say it's breaking, they can do it, but I can't because you stole the news, you cunt. Like, it's so fucking awesome, dude. I hope he loses everything. I wish homelessness. I wish homelessness on you. Homelessness on you. Homelessness. 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 The devil magic is upon you. Homelessness. Homelessness. You will learn humility, okay? Jesus Christ. The system allows it. Could I be present? Could it be I present news better than most? Word it better than most? Add a reference photo to increase the recognition? Add music and edits to increase the uniqueness? Like, no, dude, what the fuck? Could I present? The whole point of news is that you gather it. That's the hard part. That's the hard part of gathering the news, is getting it at all. They already did that, and you're just sharing it and then putting like fucking other people's music on it too. What if I got a reference photo? Who took the photo, you stupid cunt? You rat fuck, who took the photo? What if, to make this, I stole your news report, and then I stole someone else's photo and then a third person's music and mixed it together without paying any of them? Maybe I'm the one that's really doing the work. It's so fucking crazy, dude. Those are the words of a man who deserves to lose everything. I wish evil upon you. May you also contract a horrid disease in this time. Like, my God. That is the most insane thing to say. Like, yeah, I do steal, but maybe I'm better at saying what they say than when they say it. Like, no, they are busy. You are a social media manager that they would hire and would be one of the like lowest people on the totem pole. But because of the rules, the social media manager was allowed to steal from everybody and claim their work as their own and make money off of it, while the other people who didn't have a social media manager to just constantly reshare everybody's shit didn't do that. Like, why aren't you doing what I'm doing? Because I am busy making the content that you steal, you stupid fuck. Every day I wake up and I run around town until I smell a delicious pie. I find the pies on the windowsill and I steal them, and then I offer people pie. Why are you trying to shut me down? I'm better at giving people pie than anyone else. I can find pies all over town. The person that was going to sell the pie can only sell one. I stole 5 pies and I sold all 5 of the pies today. And when I did it, I stuck a little American flag in each one. I stole those American flags in a big bag from Party City. How am I not actually better than everybody else at their job? Like, what the fuck are you on, dude? Misery and pain. May your future only be sorrow. May your future be only sorrow. Like, god damn, dude. God damn. How in the fuck? That's so awesome. Maybe I'm better at telling the news than everybody. Bro, you are a fucking thief. You are scum, bro. You are fucking loathsome. You are the loathsome dung eater of Elden Ring fame. Like, that is the lowest shit. I also steal people's music and a photo. I get a photo for reference is fucking awesome, dude. I'm gonna go find a photo and some music. I put edits on it. Like, yeah, bro, what are you trying to I get it barely past the threshold of outright copyright infringement. I do the bare minimum to steal as much work as possible while providing nothing of value on my own, and then I game the system. Dude. Oh, man. Like, I just need to knock on every ounce of wood that this goes through, because I want to see every account like this in shambles, man. I want to see famine striking like whole subsections of the earth that are reliant on this shit for money, because it just is good to me. You are just my enemy. I am an original content creator. I make my own shit. I know that there's no Dom Luker fucking reading this much fucking of someone else's post. You know what I mean? Or having enough understanding of the world to even try to fucking articulate some deep commentary on it. Deep as a fucking puddle even. Like, god damn, I'm so happy when shit like this happens to the people that do this stuff. I love it when share streamers fall. I love it, dude. I fucking hate Hassan Piker. I hate you too. You're the same guy. Fuck you both. You can only present news in so many ways. If I innovated news, how could people be mad at me for being an innovator, for being successful? You didn't innovate anything. You're just an aggregator that's not paying for license rates. What I did was, instead of what the Associated Press or Reuters do, I just stole the fucking stories and I didn't pay the people that work for them, and I aggregated them as though I'm a newspaper. Like, bro, you just did a newspaper, but you just didn't pay. You didn't innovate anything. You fucking stole the product from other people and passed it off as your own. Not even with anything interesting. Like, all of his posts are like, wow. And then, like, describing what happens in it. Fucking Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God. I have seen so many complaints. They are all about me. Nikita, you know this is envy at nature. You know creators are doing so much behind the scenes. You have the numbers. The numbers of what? Like, what would the guy that's at the fucking end of the platform have numbers on that you're doing behind the scenes? Do you know what I mean? Like, what? The numbers behind the scenes. What are you talking about? Behind the scenes, are you like paying for any of this reporting to get done? No, then shut the fuck up. Like, who gives a shut the fuck up? Oh my God. The way I am crucified. He is Jesus Christ. He's up on the cross. He crawled all the way up on that cross himself too, so you better give him credit. The way I am crucified, I have never seen happening to another creator that successfully made it to the top of a platform the right way. What? Yeah, it would have never happened to another creator that made it to the top of the platform the right way. You made it the shit way. You're a content thief. That's fucking it. You are responding to a person that has always hated me and hating on me instead of responding to any of my supporters. These people took my money and I praised them after. I'm going to be honest. Even the people that don't like me will be worried about this. Anybody that's worried about this, may they find poverty in their future. May their wallets be empty. May when they go to look for a simple dollar, two simplistically drawn gnats fly out with little lines behind them. May every time they go to purchase something and find their pockets empty after they turn them out, two loud trumpets with hats over the end will play. May Scrooge McDuck walk past you in the future and snootily flip a coin at you, which will ricochet off the sidewalk and land in a storm drain. May you find yourself in the company of 4 other similar idiots, all confused about how to open a can in the back of a rumbling boxcar with no can opener between you. May all these things are fine. May the song Big Rock Candy Mountain become your anthem as you travel deeper into the mysteries of Trampdom. I'm being targeted. There is no other definition for this. To anyone that want to give your life to X, this is your inevitable future if people don't like you. You will be punished regardless of outperforming everyone. This is the cost of being the best. I have nothing to say. Everyone will see it. Readers want to know the context. They thought people might want to know. Show. Bloop. This post claims the author rarely uses breaking in post. However, a review of the author's timeline shows dozens of recent posts started with breaking. Is this the one that has them? Yes. Oh, why isn't it opening? Open the community note. Oh, I think they simplified it. So when I first saw this community note went, oh, there it is. I clearly said very few are breaking, but it highlighted a few words in my first sentence. That is narrative manipulation. 106 cases of breaking from April 1 through 5, 2026 is not very few. This is the reader's note they hit him with. The community, look at the size of this fucking community note, dude. Oh my god, it's fucking incredible, bro. It is absolutely bonkers. I cannot believe it. Dude, they absolutely fucking ate him alive. Like, obliterated. Obliterated. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. I think this is a good change. I hope this happens to more platforms. I like all these ad apocalypses. I think every adpocalypse has actually made content better, and I think there need to be more. The only thing that's ever bad that's ever happened to content advertising is that somehow like animations got like delisted, you know, from like getting money all the time, and that's the only bad thing that's ever happened. That's it. The first adpocalypse on YouTube was to crack down on like Spider-Man, Frozen Elsa. What if we microwaved our poop in a diaper? Do you know what I mean? The thing that modern communists that are really upset right now about ContraPoints, when they were all 13 years old or 10 years old, they were all watching that, you know, you iPad kids, future Fortnite professionals. Like, that was the fucking content that was on there, and then that went away. Every time there's been a fucking ad crackdown, it has never affected a single person whose content I thought of as being especially good, because, and this is going to be the crazy thing, aside from those animators, most content on YouTube is dog shit, right? Like, oh, what, all the commentary channels are going to get fucking demonetized and those people have to get jobs? Watch out. Oh, no. It's absolutely fucking insane, man. Okay, let's see. I'm going to talk to, let's see, what's chat got going on? I don't know if I should wrap things up right now or not. I might push, yeah, I think I'm going to push the mind map stuff off till tomorrow and then work on some other shit. So I'll do that tomorrow, probably, because I ended up talking about Catholicism for way too long. What's chat got going on? Tyler should appeal to his audience and learn more Spanish. Maybe. Okay, see? There's an alternative timeline where Tyler pivoted into being a Spanish-only podcaster and hosts the biggest podcast in Michoacan. Michoacan. I can't say that right. Joe Rogan of Central Mexico. Based. Iran's AI shit posting was wild. It like permanently annihilated my faith in so many different like there's so many people that I'm like, okay, permanently off my list, because they just so desperately wanted to believe stuff that they ate propaganda raw, like from the source without question. And it's like, look, there's so many people where you get the, yeah, okay, it's not true, but it could be. All right. I understand that the post I shared was literally completely incorrect. It was the most incorrect thing anyone's ever shared, ever. And I just want everyone to know that that does not mean that it is impossible that it happened. Like, what does that fucking mean, bro? What are you talking about? Reddit is worse. I would say Reddit's probably worse for content overall, just because that site's impossible to use. In my mind's eye, I can envision Tyler's face on Jorito's billboard. I would absolutely do it. $2,500 retweets. Yup. He got banned for the CP thing, and then Elon intervened to get him unbanned. He was a QAnon guy, right? I think so. I don't know. All I know is every time I've ever seen Dom Luker post, I was like, why the fuck am I seeing this? And whatever he posted was like stupid as fuck and or wrong. And or wrong. Does this indicate a tone shift in other social platforms? Hopefully. I mean, probably. All of the other social platforms are going to have to find new ways to monetize. Meta's in serious financial straits. I think I think the AI, I've already said the AI bubble is burst. It's just so big, it's going to take a long time to crash down on people. I said that like 9 months ago, and we're already in the middle of it. The people are betting against it and stuff. Sora's been shut down. Meta has ended its virtual the Meta itself, the Meta program, right, which is Facebook. And so that's done. It turned it off. And that was already a crypto rug pull that no one even stepped on the fucking rug. That was an NFT thing where people were buying like digital beach properties for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can't imagine how stupid you have to be to spend money on that, but they did. All of that's going. A lot of the crypto, if you notice that crypto rug pulls are slowing down too, mostly because the kind of audience that is around to get like crypto pulled is either wised up or out of money at this point. And they're like running out of fucking cash. So like there's no one to rob anymore. So like the crypto NFT rug pulls are slowing way down. And I think people are facing some criminal charges here and there for that. But like you tap out everything. It's like burning the candle at both ends. And now the AI boom was supposed to really be, I think, the next crypto push. And there's nothing after it. Nothing follows AI. NFTs, which were obviously stupid at the outset, completely failed. Crypto, which was a good investment property 15 years ago, is now equated to funny money. You might as well just start trying to invest in buying your own chunk of the Brooklyn Bridge at this point. If you put money into crypto, you're a fucking idiot. Like outside of a few different things, and still, it's one of the most, I would say it's probably one of the most dangerous like investment vectors ever. People are like, no, it's not. Let me tell you, I'm a crypto. Like, I don't care about your religion. You're not gonna fucking convince me, because I've seen banks get robbed, and not all of the people that have ever put money in the bank lose everything. I have seen the name of the crypto exchange get robbed, and all of those people lost everything instantly overnight because they just did. Crypto is not decentralized, hidden, anti-government funny money. It is just a wallet you can lose your password for. The government tracks all of it in its entirety, and that's been proven again and again and again, because all of the people that had the most amount of it went to fucking jail for drug trafficking. So it's just like, it's a complete shit show. That's all done. AI was supposed to be the next thing. Basically the last thing, from how I'm hearing people that like talk about, you know, who knows how true it is, but people are saying the Silicon Valley freaks are all like Sam Altman, where they're a bunch of fucking, you know, molester-faced weirdos that think that this is going to be the end times. And Rocco's Basilisk, AI apocalypse. Basically, you need to make all your money now, or you're going to be like a slowly but surely riveted out of existence poor person. And even then, who knows? So you just need to have the most amount of money by the time the AI bubble breaks. And that's not happening. AI is not replacing jobs in a way that it's actually replacing it. It did what I always said it was going to do, which is fuck up people's negotiation power, and also not do its job right and get people killed and just fail to work in a general sense. Everything, when AI came out, that people were like, hey, AI is revolutioning the game here. And I said, no, it's not. And you can't prove it. Not only did they not prove it, it's been a continuing thing where everyone that thought they proved it has been actually reading whatever they shared at me, because I force people to read past headlines now and going, oh, well, it just seems promising. And then it's like another year passes and goes, how promising is it now? Well, that actual entire investment property failed, but somebody bought it and said that they can do the thing that it failed to do, and it'll happen sometime, maybe by Christmas. And that's occurring like again and again and again. Like the AI centers, this is how I knew it was going to end. Is I am not 3 years old, and I just looked up hiring rates for people at companies that were investing in AI. All of the companies in 2024 and 2023 that were hiring AI engineers stopped hiring AI engineers and laid off their AI engineers and started hiring marketing people, which means that you're either done and you're about to sell it, they haven't sold it, or you're about to try to sell yourself because you need a golden parachute because the whole company's about to fucking blow up underneath you like the Hindenburg, which is what's happening. Fucking Meta is like cracked. People are talking about Microsoft might go down like permanently. Like people are there's mass exoduses, complete loss of faith in most of these software companies that have existed for a long time. There's active hatred for them because the content is bad. It's weird. It's creepy. Most of the people, the vast majority of people that create AI art are pedophiles, I've noticed, or friends with and in community with pedophiles. The people that own the companies are pedophiles. The stuff that you make with the AI programs is mostly pedophile content. It's trained on pedophilia material. It's just pedophile stuff made by and for pedophiles. And everyone's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to ignore because like one of the main proponents of it is the guy that was hanging out with the famous pedophile and is now covering for the other famous pedophile. Weird. Yeah, it's nuts. Completely unpredictable. So everybody hates the product. They took all the RAM. They're taking all the water. People are actively shooting up city council members' houses that are like, I'm for the thing. Like, okay, but you might die. If you put a data center in our community, you might die. And like all of the people are like, well, I don't think killing is good, but if it had to have happened to anybody, it's definitely the guy that's for the data center being put in. Like, it is the most reviled, useless, corrupt, and creepy technology that's ever existed, I think, in the history of mankind. The only thing that you could have like had before is like if you just raw told people, no, the uranium plates are radioactive and it will just kill you, and we're gonna make the government force you to own 17 uranium plates. Like, what in the fuck is happening? So I think that whole thing is gonna collapse, and I think it's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to it. I hope people are ruined. And I hope it really gives people the like impetus to get in here and like bring those people to justice. Like, I want to see their children stripped of all their wealth. Like, that's like, how do you, if you have a kid as a Silicon Valley person, I want there to be laws passed that your children that inherit your Silicon Valley money can be stripped of all of their wealth and forced to get a job. I like the thought of that. Any money that was made in any of this stuff. I think that people that got good judgments from a judge that was appointed by Donald Trump should have that judgment reversed. Like, all of those should be brought into question. I think like we should go crazy. I think we should go nuts, right? I want to see people's children. I want to see their grandchildren stripped of their wealth. Oh my God, what's going to happen to me? You're going to have to get a job at McDonald's because you don't have any fucking professional skills. Oh no, you should have gotten that law degree instead of going and playing surfer or something in California. All of it. Completely, I mean, to the penny. Just assume that all of it. No permitting any lawyers to do any like forensic accounting. Just if you're connected to it, a full dissolution of all your assets. Just raw. Well, that's not fair. No, but we don't care. It's a profanity. You're a pariah. I think that any lawyer who like would even try to defend one of those people, that person should probably be stripped of the entirety of their assets as well, and disbarred from law. Like, just give me the power, dude. I'll do it. I'll do it in a heartbeat. You think fucking Donald Trump will ignore a court order? Wait to give me fucking police power and let me at rich people. Motherfuckers will forget. They will forget the name of Robespierre just to fucking talk about me. Robespierre. You remember the guy that we thought was scary before Tyler was around? Like, holy shit. Fucking like, what happened? Well, this person is the child of an investment banker, and like when she was like 14, she made a TikTok making fun of poor people. She's like 25 and we found it. So yeah, we took every penny from her bank account, including money she made after that, and she was glad to give it up because she had no choice. And now we shaved her head, we're parading her in the streets. Like, wow, that's fucking psychotic. I know. I'm telling you, there's a good thing. I'm this is vengeance, my friend. We are doing vengeance. So what are you talking about? Like, who's this next guy? Oh yeah, he's a landlord. He owned like 4 houses and did like 3 or 4 speculative properties. So yeah, we took everything from him, all of it. He didn't even make that much money, but we took all of it from him. Why? Speculative property investment. We illegalized it later. We took all of it. Why would you? What? Does it fix anything? I don't fucking care. I'm just irritated. I don't give a fuck about fixing shit. Why do I have to care about? I have to be the moral one? No, I want to be worse than your side. I want my side to be so egregious and overstepping that your side is terrified for life. I want you to be. You think fucking Rocco's Basilisk is scary? Give me police authority for 50 hours. Not even something that ends on a date. 50 hours of police authority. Unmitigated. I will fucking burn this country in half, dude. Fucking great-great-grandfather had a slave. All the money's gone. What? Tyler, we looked into your past. You got one too. Take the money. I keep the power until the 50 hours is up. I don't give a shit. Wall Street, what happened there? Did you take all their money? No, we just locked the doors and threw fire fucking Molotovs inside. What? Yeah, we just told them it was like the day trader celebration day. We just locked the doors and we set it on fire with them inside of it, and we just let it burn. Who else is working in there? Oh, the other employees, whoever they were, they are also in there still. We told them they can take the typical Wall Street exit out. All of the windows past the 4th floor are unlocked. There should be more people willing to spend money on goofy bullshit like that. I still don't get Bitcoin. Bitcoin is dog shit. I only buy spit on dick girl coin. Ew. Bitcoin solves one very specific problem, but has a bunch of problems that were already solved. The permanent underclass doom posting. Every single tech bro CEO is a freak. It would be awesome if Microsoft goes down. Permanent underclass apocalypse stuff is aspirational for tech guys who think they will be atop it. It's wish casting for sociopaths who worship money. Yes. Sam Altman's house has been shot. I think it got Molotoved. Which, yeah, good. I don't fucking fuck that guy. Give a fuck. Dude, it is going to be something. These courts, these fucking cases are going to trial. The fucking guy that set the warehouse on fire, like, is there a moment where I think legally I have to say don't do that. Obviously, don't do that. It's illegal. It's a crime. Don't do that thing. But like, I feel like it's almost it's a test of who you are and where you're from. Where if you heard him saying that, like, you know, this is what you get when you don't give people a living wage. This is what happens. This is what happens when you don't pay people a living wage. And he said that if you were like watching that and you went like, oh my God, I don't think you're my people, dude. It's hard. I'm watching it like, because I always try, if I find myself enjoying something that's kind of like extreme, like, am I liking this because it's extreme and I'm feeling or whatever? But like, I couldn't. I'm just like, yeah, that's cool. All right, I got you. Damn, I guess y'all can't be letting fucking homie near the toilet paper with a lighter and no paycheck. everyone's like, oh, they were making $28 an hour. Like, I think the fucking minimum wage is supposed to be up to like $50 an hour right now. How much was the richest guy that worked there? How much money did he lose? I think they said the fucking losses were $650 million total or something. Like, damn, maybe if you should have paid him more. How nobody's making that money. He's going to jail for a long time. What if he doesn't? What if the jury gets nullified? What if he doesn't? What if he doesn't? I think he's in like No, he's in California. Oh shit, yeah. He's in Ontario, California. What if he doesn't? What if he doesn't? Dude, one of these cases goes down and the jury gets nullified, that's going to be it. And you're getting closer every day. So many people are fucking alienated from the government that like it's going to be easy to just argue like, yeah, even if I did it, you guys should say that I didn't, because if they did something to you, they would never face penalties. Ignore him. Like, you can just ignore it. You have free will. Just literally ignore the judge. Just like Joe, like, hey, you have to do this as the jury. And you can say, no, I don't. I don't do anything. You can just sit there and be a little lump for forever and just hang that jury. You're just like, no. Other jurors will get mad at you. We're going to have to stay in here. I want to go home. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Nope. Be like, what's his name? Tim Robinson or whatever? Nope. Nope. I ain't going to do it. Nope. Tyler demanding the return of ostrakismos, but the medieval kind that makes you an outlaw to God himself. What the fuck is that even? I'm not into vengeance personally, but I'll give you guys some lemonade and cookies afterwards. You're a little bit into it. This is the 21st century version of we will make no excuses for the terror. Hutch is in shambles. Dude, Hutch is too bald to have an opinion. He's not like other good bald people. They're great. This is the 20 years. Hells yeah. No Fed posting. Seen a disturbing amount of, but why do they deserve to be paid a living wage for such a job? I know. Those are fucking bot farms. They're getting paid to say that. I can possibly maybe see why Fed posting is a consistent problem in this community. What are you talking about? Of course, no one supports the breaking of laws. This is a lawful community. Yeah. All the people saying that are like dudes that own a pool cleaning business or thinks they're a job creator. By the way, do not mention that you know what your nullification is in the pretrial interviews if you get called up. Yes. Like, it's like at a certain point, it's like, yeah, don't go and do violence. It's illegal. Don't go do crimes. Crimes are fucking crimes, right? But like if somebody's already done a crime and I see the crime and I get it, I can't say I don't get it. You know the guy that like some dude diddled his kid and he sat by that phone booth with a hat on and a pistol until the guy walked by and then the dude turned and shot that guy to death? He shot the guy that fucking hurt his kid to death. Pop, pop, pop. Is there anyone how many people, Michael Tracy, right? That one pedophile guy. Anybody else is just like, no, I get it. You know? Is it a crime? Yes, it is illegal. Would you do it? I don't know. I hope I'm never put into that position. You know what I mean? Like, that's the response. But, like, do you get it? Yeah, I fucking get it. You get it 100%. That's the most human thing ever. Like, I'm a human being. No matter what laws you pass, I'm human. And I'm American at that. Like, dude, I can only take so much. Americans are fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? I think the issue is that Fox News got bought by an Australian, and Australians maybe are a little weak-willed or something. I don't know. And they're trying to put this like Australian, UK, weak-willed statement making about us. And I'm just like, it's not me. I don't get it. They keep rewarding these Canadians, fucking breasted Canadian fucks like Steven Crowder. Like, where they like, that guy's like, as an American, I don't think you're Canadian. I can smell it on you. With all due respect, there's some great Canadians out there. But I know you ain't from fucking Moose Jaw. You ain't a Saskatchewan Canadian, right? You're just like some fucking North Toronto cocksucker. You're from fucking Quebec. the English-speaking part of Quebec or something, right? I can't trust somebody to say that they're an American that grew up learning French in school mandatorily. That just doesn't fucking jive with me. I bet he can't even ride horses. I get up on a horse. It's natural to me. My Americanism is just fucking like, it stills the beast's heart. And it wants to fucking meet the field and the wind with me upon it. Boom. Racing. You know, Steven Crowder, fucking horses probably just want to kick him to death. It's like having like a fucking, you know, monkey strapped to the top of it or something, like some sort of like profane carnival attraction from the early 1900s. Come on, kids, step right up. See the monkey ride a camel. We've only stapled their legs to it. It's fine. He was like a martial arts teacher and the dad had a gun. In praise of shadows. I don't even know what that means. Disliked that. The Yoroid fears the Yankee spirit. I think they really do. I think we need to get fucking some like love of America, American traditionalism back in here, because whatever the fuck this like Europhobe, like I don't know, dude. Americans going like I'm concerned about immigration to Europe. I said burn. Europe can burn. If immigration is bad for Europe, I want more of it to happen. I hope whatever good. What okay? I don't good. If I found out that Europe would be destroyed by me sending 10 bananas to Europe, I would send 20 with the hope that it fucking took. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just really concerned about all this immigration to the UK as an American. Why? Is it bad for them? Good, more. I'm fucking still pissed. I'm still pissed we had to throw tea in the river for you guys to fucking get the point. More. European identities are being erased. Good. I would do it myself if I could. Can we get a third world war and it's just us versus all of you so we can finally into the ocean? I will give all of Europe to fucking North Africa in a heartbeat. It should just be all of Europe should just honestly be North Mauritania as far as I'm concerned. I don't give a shit. North Mauritania and like East Libya. We'll just call it that. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. All Albania. We'll have Ukraine at the top with Poland and then Albania. Just all Albania. Somebody really like that. Other people don't. I don't give a fuck. I don't whatever's out overrunning you, I hope more of it happens. It could only be good. There's nothing to be gained from Britain. We've had hundreds of years of Britain, and there's not a single thing about Britain that is like inherently they actually made it up on their own that any of us needed. It's like all shit you can figure out on your own, and then like 5 fucking Shakespeare over and over and over again for like 400 fucking years. Like, what, dude, we're good. Oh, British culture will be erased. Oh, how hard was that? It's like a fucking blackboard with a single frowny face on it. Oh no, all the British culture's gone. Well, the phone is in, all the British culture's gone. What is it? What, you guys have food that's fucking edible now? Trains that work or something? I don't know, an economy that functions? Oh no, the king's gonna stop raping the children. Oh no, yeah. British culture's on the rock. They're gonna destroy British culture. The king's not gonna be able to rape the children and promote pedophiles to be the top clown in the kingdom. We have a top clown. Jimmy Savile's all fake. He's like the king's personal jester, and he picks a little child, a little wounded child from the crowd every Christmas to rape. No, now we got 6 blacks in Westminster. We're not gonna be able to fuck the children anymore and eat pig shit for breakfast. Oh no, British culture's being pushed by the wayside. If 6 more Muslims move to Sutton, oh God, we're not gonna be able to hear Lily Allen on the radio no more. Oh, fuck me. Oh no. Jesus Christ, if 6 more Indians move into fucking Birmingham, if six more Indians move into Birmingham, they'll take EastEnders off the telly. We never get another good season of Doctor Who. We'll have to settle for the first 35 fucking seasons of the same show. No. Oh, God, son. Oh, they let another Jew. If they let another Jew into the East End. Oh, Lord, blimey. Blimey and Lord above. We're never going to get another Top Gear season. Oh, no. Not another Jew in the East End. We never hear Top Gun again. British culture's going to get eliminated. British culture's going to die. British culture, what in the fuck is it? God damn, bro. Oh, my God. British culture died when Graham Lennon and Joanne Rowling stopped writing and he started preaching hate speech. British culture's getting a Carrie Chippy going to the Algo with the lads after the pubs. Someone full stock. They let another Polish person into the North Country. They're gonna start forcing our comedians to tell jokes. British culture's gonna end. The other day I turned on the telly, and I swear to you, the comedian made me laugh my ass off. I've never felt less British in my life. Dude, you know what my favorite is? My favorite thing is, dude, Irish people are trying to not be based anymore. Like, North Irish fucko is trying to, like, play pretend Texans is insane. Like, what happened? Ireland, what happened? I'll tell you this right now, Irish people, there is nothing more embarrassing than a fucking Irish nationalist. Like, it's crazy. North Irish nationalist, whatever that fucking shit. I can't even do your fucking accents. Because y'all start, you clearly aren't comfortable with it because your closest allegories are just being British. And none of you want to be British. So you start talking like American, like Texans, like you see on TV. And it's very obvious. If there's any Irish nationalist watching this, you guys are embarrassing as fuck. I'm not talking about like a real Irish nationalist, like fucking up there all, oh, you say, I say. None of that. I was talking about the people who are like, there's no more room in Ireland. Ireland's all filled up. Ireland's filled up. I don't need no more of you. We don't, there's too many. There's too many immigrants to North Ireland. Oh, it's all filled up. We got no petrol for the boats. Like, you are not a people that is disposed to rowdy ignorance the way that, like, all the rest of us are. I don't know what it is about you. You seem like you actually really are a peace-loving tribe of individuals over there. You just don't got it. I was watching these fucking Irish nationalist protests. Goddamn, the Pakistanis are moving in, the Indians are gonna come fucking get us, whatever the fuck. They're walking around, and it's just, clearly you learned everything from, like, Americans on TV, and it's embarrassing. Like, I can tell a bunch of you are walking different. Oh, it's going to happen. Oh, God, we gotta get him out. We gotta get him out. Oh, the fucking... Dude, you see people, like, walking around, like, they're all, like, they're pretending they have guns. You know what I mean? Like, why are there Irish people pretending like they have a 6-shooter in a draw holster on their hip? Like they fucking they rode to Dublin or whatever the fuck in a cowboy hat and a duster to come fucking roust out the Indians with. I love Irish people. Even your shitty Irish people, you're just somehow like, you're the least white of the whites. I don't know. You just don't have it in you. So like when people are even trying to do it, you can tell they got some of that fucking that German, or not German, that British gammon like bred into them a little bit, or they're just like learning from TV. I've never been more embarrassed for someone, but it's not a horrible embarrassment. It's like when you see like a little kid try to follow his dad around and like he's like looking and trying to use a hammer right, but he can't hold it because his little hand. Like you don't have the spirit for like real racism. It's crazy. It's like a good thing. Like you gotta get rid of it. Irish nationalists, you gotta give up. You don't have the spirit for it. You look so stupid. We burned down a house. Oh well, we went down and burned down a house. like I know if you actually try to do real racism, like the thought of doing segregation, like real like racial is gonna crack you. Oh, we have Catholic parts and Protestant parts. Oh God, no, we could do it. We could do it. I don't think so. I think you can only do that because you know it's yourselves. Irish people can only be mean to other Irish people, really, and then sometimes the British when they're really forced to. They would go have a drink otherwise. They'd be like, I kind of want to just sit in for breakfast. I want to hang out. That's why like. Y'all's revolution just was like whenever you felt like it for like hundreds of years. I fucking had it again. I fucking had it again. Like a half a month later, you're finally ready. You go fucking shoot a couple Tories. You go back to oh God, throw me up the fucking, all the way up to the top of the fucking tree. Oh God, I'm going to bed. Write some songs. Some guys are like, I was going to shoot somebody. I decided to write like 6 songs. You see the IRA guys that fucking go to prison, they all get out, they're like, I wish I'd never shot a man. I wish it kills me that I shot a man. Like an American. You think American racists are in prison for mass murdering black folks? They go like, I gotta do it again. I'll die right now. You ever hear fucking like Americans talk like real racist Americans? It's like, they should have separate water fountains. Yeah, Irish people are gonna try to do sundown towns, but they can't hold themselves to it. Oh, well, it's a pub. I don't like your kind around here, but it is a pub. Just, you better get out first thing in the morning, but if you don't have enough money, I'll pour you a pint, and here's some stew and some bread. Have I ever told you about the church 3 yards down from here? My grandfather. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, you just don't got the spirit for you. We took all your shitty Irish, by the way. They're in a place called Boston. Boston's where all the shit Irish are from. Like, we took all your good racists. We import them. Best racists in America. Save like 3 other places come from Boston. They're like pure. I think you guys knew better. You know the snakes? Y'all kicked the snakes out, St. Patrick? Fucking snakes out of Ireland. You guys got another saint you haven't consecrated yet that kicked all the American Irish out of Ireland and sent them to Boston. Boston people will say the N-word at the drop of a hat. But Boston people will just get cross at a fucking fire hydrant and call it the N-word. They don't even know why they did it. Yeah, you fucking... Whoa, what the fuck happened there? I fucking lost it. Oh, Jesus Christ. They gotta die. That's why we turn them all into cops and shit. We turn them all into cops. I don't know, but they still like sending y'all guns and stuff. I know y'all know what to do with them, but you do your best. You do your fucking best, and I love it. God damn. But you're a fucking Irish, man. I could imagine. Irish should be the first people to do separate but equal, and then they would actually make the other people's shit nicer. Yeah, I believe in separate but equal. So we decided to split it up, and you can have the nice one, you can have the nice water fountain, and we'll take the little kind of shite one. Go home! We've helped you find a nice place on the edge of town. It's got 3 stories. It's enough to raise a family. Separate but equal. You go to the non-Irish only diner. It's the finest restaurant in town. We made sure that they could get a small business loan to start her up. Separate but equal. But we wouldn't want to come across as rude. Hey, what the hell is this over here? It's the nice part of town where we put all the ones we don't want around. You guys are really nice. Oh my god. It's the only time people from Boston can pronounce the hard R. It really is. Save it. That Boston harbor. They end everything in a soft A because they charge it up like a fucking spirit bomb. They do it so that anyone that's from Boston, the second they lose their fucking mind again, a fucking white guy from Boston says the N-word, no one is ever confused about if he said something else, you know? Did you say a slightly different word? Maybe somebody else maybe. I didn't mean to. A fucking Boston guy just pops it out. You can hear it like a whip crack. Boston wasn't even really, they didn't even have fucking slavery. Massachusetts did have slaves, but somehow everybody from that fucking city says the N-word like they're cracking a whip. Oh my god. See if I'm fucking making you guys upset. I piss any of the Irish off. Okay, it is like 5:30. I'm gonna get out of here. The immigrants are after me, Lucky Charms. I like that y'all, you know, probably fucking fought against that leprechaun shit. Or, oh, hey, the leprechauns come from Ireland. Hey, the leprechauns come from Ireland. Fuck off. We got the fucking whole culture. You fucking get mad at it, and then, like, your number one export from Ireland is fucking Conor McGregor, who's just literally a fucking fighting Irish leprechaun, like, from the Notre Dame logo. The North Irish aren't Irish. Yes, yes. Fall into my trap. Take the Civil War into the comment section. I worked nights in an Amazon warehouse for a year, and I feel all they had to do was pay us enough to live so hard. I mean, dude, yeah, I've had those same jobs too. That shit speaks to me. Most insane Christian white nationalist Canadian principles in Ramadan, not to be rude, but they will complain under their breath about that. Oh, they participate in Ramadan to not be rude. Hey there. I don't really like it that much that you guys are up here, bud. You know, I can't watch someone go hungry while I'm not eating, so I'll put it off for a second. But I'll tell you what, the second we're done, we have our little iftar. I need you to get far away from me, okay there, bud? Okay, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Folks, I'm gonna be getting out of here. Tomorrow, re-premiere of an old video and another stream, and I'll do the mind map shit then. Until then, you know, hey, join the Discord, Patreon, West by God episode coming tomorrow as well. Massive content dump. Some oldies but goodie type stuff. The next episode of West by God is gonna be, or not West by God, Sin Carriers is, no one's ever heard of it. Okay, so that's completely new. So actually pure new, even for higher level sub tier people. New content tomorrow for Sin Carriers. But all that said, folks, join the Discord, patreon.com/westside-fairytales. You can follow me on Twitter if you like. It's Tyler engaging with Hellsite antics, Mantor type shit. And I also bought a video game. So I might be playing that this week for people. I might even be playing it like tonight or something. I don't know yet. I'm kind of excited to try it, but I will stream it when I turn it on because I heard it's a very like fun game to watch somebody play for the first time. But all that said, folks, you have been watching Westside Tyler Live. I have been Westside Tyler Bell. You guys have been amazing. Join the Discord, join the Patreon, patreon.com/westside-fairytales. And until next time, as always, stay safe out there.